Hello, everyone. Hey, guys. How's it going, guys? Glad to have you here. John, what's up, John? Thanks. John says, we have your back, Bosh. Appreciate it, man. Magic Me says, back, Pigman. Can't wait. Thanks so much, man. Magic Me. Appreciate it. Crazy Cat says, excellent title for the stream. The title alone merits a thumbs up for this video. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Amoral Fat 40 ounce suggestion. Get the, I guess, link to Pig campaign inscription. I put it in the, I pinned it on the YouTube. Hey, Michelle. I pinned it on the YouTube, Amoral Fat. This is Pigman laughing his ass off in one scene in issue 3, which will now be issue 2 of the new series of the relaunch. Hey, Dennis. How's it going, guys? Glad to have you here. I just want to talk a little about what's going on. And again, I'm not going to, milk this thing, but I am going to acknowledge the fact that there's someone out there trying to, not just through talk, but trying to go to the Stripe and get me knocked off here. Thanks, Crazy Cat. Trying to knock me off of here. So off of Fund My Comic through going after. Hey, Ravine. How's it going? Glad to have you here, guys. Let me, I just want to mention this. So this is what it's about. It's this a piece of shit named Mike Wheeler. I don't know him. I never heard of him before. Someone said that he was in the chat the old day. Then it says Pigman laughing at Man Pig. That's right. He was in the chat the old day. I think. I don't know that. Maybe he came as a different name. They said Divinity Comics or something like that. Anyway, this piece of shit writes, I posted, you know what? Let me try to find it actually. I think I responded below, then he responded. Let me see if I can find it actually. Sorry, guys. I don't want to waste time here, but I just want to find that exact post so I can get to it. Okay. This is my first post about it. If it's not clear, let me pull it up here a little. Maybe it's bigger. I don't know. Let me see. Let's see if this works. If this gets a little bigger, at least for you guys. Katie did post it. What a piece of shit in all caps. She said, actually, give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. Thanks, guys. Appreciate patience. I said, looks like a cat. Okay, so Katie posted this. She said, what a piece of shit in all caps. My girl Katie. And she, hashtag confiscate. So this is a screenshot from the video of Divinity Comics, Mike Wheeler. He had a video called Who Was Bosch Falston? Pigman on Fund My Comic, the latest comic skate, right? Racist. And complaints at stripe.com. That's what he was writing about the complaint. He was making a complaint. Remember, campaigns on Fund My Comic are powered by Stripe and must adhere to the terms of service. Stripe does not allow its platform to be used for transactions involving products or services that promote hate, all that, right? So I guess he put that screenshot to say, hey guys, I think you're doing this. I think you're a racist and you shouldn't carry this racist because he has a comic book and you guys are going to pay him. So it's unacceptable behavior to me. I would never imagine in my life ever wasting 1 second of time trying to go after someone else's campaigns, ever. I don't give a fuck what they do. Let them do it. Let them crash and burn. Let them make as much money as they want. Who cares? We should have that freedom to do that, but he wants to try, at least from this, and also a follow-up video, another one. I guess the saving grace is the fact that he has almost no followers. There was 3 live viewers on his video, in his second video about me. By the way, if you guys know Jihad Watch, Robert Spencer allowed me to post this on Jihad Watch, which is pretty damn cool. I used to make cartoons there regularly. It hasn't happened in a while, though. It's interesting. So Glass Machine says a recent post from their Facebook page, from Divinity Comics Facebook page. These same people are trying to cancel Bosch because he's friends with people they don't like. The Wheelers are actual scum. So this is what he wrote, I guess, a few weeks ago. Divinity Comics. Hey guys, Mike's profile got nuked on Facebook again for nudity. We are tired of the censorship of Facebook, so we created a not safe for work group or whatever. Please join us there. He's in a bitch and moan about, I guess, these corporations trying to do that. But I guess if he's an individual does it, that's okay. It's not okay. And again, I don't care what pro-jihad people even do. I'd like that they should, if we declare war on jihad, they wouldn't be able to do what they do. But meaning they still go out there, they have their blogs and they, you know, sanction jihad. It's unacceptable to me. It should be illegal, but meaning I'm not even going to go after those kind of rats. Let the platforms knock them out. It's not my job. I wish we lived in a world where jihad would be acknowledged as this threat to the West, and they wouldn't be able to be platformed. But it is what it is. Here's a new image that I added to my campaign page. This will be an issue 1 in the remastered version. I'm not sure what I'm going to do about this image. I think it's good as it is, but we'll see. Can I punch it up? Maybe. Pigman 1, that Jihadist Worst Nightmare back in now from my comic. And then here, I want to go for a few more of that. And then I'm going to get to your comments, guys. Ask away, man. Ask any questions. I will try to thoroughly answer them as best as I can. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. This was funny. Toy Fanboy writes, just the sort of thing Pigman by the Box Fossum would stand up against. Look at this. Radio Genoa. Many Muslims are angry about this photo and say it is Islamophobia. It's fucking hilarious, guys. Look at that. A bacon sandwich where it's 10 times more bacon than bread. Hilarious. One guy writes, Bosch Fossen is being targeted by the Wheelers, who are trying to cost him his career by targeting his comic and payment processors. The Wheelers have zero clue what Bosch is attempting to communicate. Support the Bosch Fossen by backing Pigman 1. If you haven't backed it, guys, please consider backing it. I want to get this, really a great campaign and then go propel it towards issue 2. And I think by issue 2, once it's fulfilled, once you guys read it, I believe you'll be hooked. I try to do the best story as I possibly can, tell it as well as I can, and I try to make it as entertaining as I can. Again, there's a lot of stuff here, a lot of philosophy and psychology and history, right? But I have to, as an artist, make it as entertaining for you guys as possible, and that's what I do. That's my thing. I'm not here to do anything else besides that. I'm trying to tell as good a story as I can, keep the reader engaged, and get them emotionally, intellectually involved. And I believe I did that because I gotta say this. I mean, everyone who gets back to me about Pigman loves it. Like it, love it. I don't remember one reader who actually read it who trashed it. Now, yes, there are going to be at a certain point, but so far, so good. Yeah, so I followed up with this. As a cancel pig wants to kill my Pigman crowdfund and rationalize it as anti-racist. Now, I guess when he was called out, he's now saying it's a matter of him being anti-racist. It's against racism why he's doing. He's a righteous guy. Every evil scumbag in the world always cloaks their evil with righteousness, fake righteousness. And that's what he's doing here. So I said, Cancel Pig wants to kill my Pigman crowdfund and rationalize it as anti-racist like leftist racists. Even by that standard, it fails. I was born into Islam and left. If you can be born into something or convert to it, it's not a race, it's an evil religion that I'm opposing. This is what the fat pig said. He goes, you're now there are pigs. There are cancel pigs and there's Pigman. There are good pigs. There's good pigs and bad pigs, right? It's funny. So Mike Wheeler, I guess, responding to me, which I didn't see, whatever reason, because you're absolutely right that I want to cancel racism and racist fucks. And what? Rip-a-simp? I call him a rip-a-simp. Being against censorship is not incongruent here. No one is censoring you, but there are consequences for your content. That's what we've always heard. Consequence culture. No, you're not entitled to be platformed, but you are entitled to say, I don't know what I said. I just don't know. Um, this is a real piece of shit. There's no reason why he should be doing that. Um, and again, guys, if you haven't seen this, there's just a very shorthand way of telling you the story of Pigman. And pretty succinct here. This is the main characters: Killian Duke, Salam Duke, his twin brother, Pigman, Super Jihad. Super Jihad has Hitler mustache with a beard. That's how I draw Muhammad always. And if you look at this, guys, it's I used to when I stood between the twin towers years ago. I went to a wine tasting there once. It was some brothers had my brothers had certain things, and when you're between them and look up, this is how it looked. So this is the brothers, twin towers, the twin brothers, the twin stories, all that. And so as the twin brothers, Killian Duke and Salam Duke's Muslim background comes to the forefront of their lives on 9/11. Killian responds to the atrocity by creating a comic book about an ex-Muslim counter-jihad superhero called Pigman, as Salam fully surrenders to Islam. It becomes a battle of ideas between recovered Muslim and born-again Muslim, echoed by Pigman's battle against his archenemy, Super Jihad. That's as short a take on the story, but it gives you a good idea that this is far more about than just, I guess a big guy just taking out jihad, which is fun. And believe me, I love it. I can't get enough of it. But I want to dive a little deeper, a little wider. I want to get into the psychology of the enemy, why he does what he does. I studied Islam as if my life depended on it after 9/11. Read the Quran twice at least, and every time I still check in to see certain things, or if they're right, or read, I can't even say how many books. I don't know, 40, 50. Robert Spencer, all his books, Ibn Warwick, a lot of people, and then also articles, books like Islamikazi, which is a great book about the modern day kamikazes, which are jihadists. So yeah, guys, this is it's unacceptable. And then this one guy just writes something really, really nice here, guys, and then I'll get to your comments. This guy just writes Jamie. This guy named Jamie Midas kind of luck. Because I just want to acknowledge that between the impeccable buildup, the threat of censorship, and his attention to people's problems, Bosch Fawson's Pigman campaign on Fund My Comic is probably one of the best run campaigns I've seen in the short time I've been in CG. Very, very generous, very kind. And he was specifically referring to in the chat last time. I got some people from Canada who said, "Look, $35 is expensive. Maybe it's cheaper. Maybe you could find." I said, "Oh, okay, I will." So the worldwide is $35. I can't go under that. I just can't. But what I did do is I measured what it will cost with the packing, with the backboard, with the plastic, with everything and the issue. So it's $10 cheaper than worldwide. So Canada, guys, is $25. It's still a lot. It's still too much, but it's $10 cheaper than the rest of the planet. So if you guys want to get it for Canada, it's as much as the comic itself. It's unfortunate, but I can't go cheaper than that, guys. But I did want to do that. Someone posted my, I guess David Webb showing Elon Musk are getting death threats. Someone said he's in good company with Bosch Fawson. Bosch made a book out of his. I made 2 volumes so far of the death threats I've gotten from Muslims. I got literally thousands of death threats, and each of the volumes have about 400. And on many of the death threats, I roast them in red, font. I roast the death threats. The death threats, they threaten to rape me, kill me, terrible stuff. But it's also fun. It's so funny. It's like it's brutal, and these guys are savages, but it's fun to roast them. And they don't know this, or some maybe do, that their death threats are published alongside new Muhammad cartoons that were inspired by their new death threats. So I got 2 volumes of that. It was my best-selling book after a while. Table of One was, and then this. And I still have 4 copies of this. 4 copies left of Peaceful Death Threats. If anyone's interested, you can go to my store, boschfawson.com. And then I'm going to go here to... one second, guys. I'm going to go to Fund My Comic, and then I will get to your comments. I just want to... you can back it here, guys. Fund My Comic. I have everything here. The Islamic background of twins comes to the forefront of their lives on 9/11, which is echoed by the comic book within Pigman for Super Jihad. and I have my campaign video there. It's only a minute, which is good and short. And I discuss it here about this campaign, and I have this new image that I just put up yesterday. These are the 4 covers that I have. Cover 1, Pigman going off and killing these guys with a punch. He's breaking the neck of someone else. Even the guys with guns are a little afraid. He's bulletproof, but it hurts like hell, but he's still bulletproof. This is a war paint cover of Pigman. This is a cover of the 4 main characters. I'm still working on the color. I'm not quite settled with it yet, but it'll be along these lines with the 4 characters, the main characters, the twin brothers, and their counterparts in the fictional world within the comic. And this is Pigman making a vow with the tombstones of the towers. And John Malin actually owns the original art for this. I turned it a little tighter to fit it on this cover, but he owns the original art, which is so cool. He bought it, I think, a few months ago at one of the auctions. I have the Pigman hard index card drawing. They're really hard index cards, which are awesome. I also have it here as well. This is my Muhammad drawing on hard index cards. It's really solid. And the one thing about these cards is that the ink really stays on the paper. It doesn't get soaked in, doesn't get like into the average index card. And you can get the 4 covers for here. You can get digital copies as well, t-shirt. And again, I will repeat it. I'm going to look at your comments in 2 minutes, guys. Pigman symbol. Here it is. It's September 11th, and 9/11, and also Flight 93, and the first attack on the towers in 1993, and also a traditional S superhero, and of course he's a capitalist pig, so it's a $sign. It can be seen as a $sign. This is a print of the war paint cover, and I wanted all pack, which has the index card drawing, original drawing. This new card that I have is trading card, submission impossible. Instead of Mission Impossible, Submission Impossible, a little play on words. People asked me to put my first book on here, Table for One, which Alex Toth loved, the master. Alex Toth gave me this incredibly beautiful handwritten postcard, and then we went back and forth for a few correspondence, but it's incredible. It's 81 pages, and I used to pitch it at conventions as Dirty Harry as a waiter, and that got people, okay, I get it. And then individual pages of Pigman art, 500 for each page. I can't go under. I used to think it's just raw material, but I gotta say I'm a little connected to this. And if it's too much for you, I get it. But I can't part with individual pages without that. Covers, different story. That's even more. And then I have also a $1,000 commission. It's an original drawing of Pigman, penciled and ink by me with an idea by you. I got one of those so far, which is great. And here is a preview. I got 8 pages of a preview of my comic. This is Pigman when he first enters the story. And I don't know if you guys, I don't think I've seen this before in comics. It's a panel within a panel where you can see through one character into another. It's probably been done. I don't know if it has. I know that in my first book, I did that. And there was a reviewer who said, I don't think I've ever seen that before in a comic. I can't say. I just know that I like doing it. He gets shot in the back and it hurts like hell. So he's like, ugh. And he turns around and you see his eyes. He's like, you. It's Osama bin Laden. Anyway, let me just leave it here for now, and I'll get to your comments, guys. Let me leave it here, actually. I think that's a good place to leave it at. All right, guys. Glad you're here, guys. Appreciate you being on. Thank you. Yeah, it's just, you do what you do. You send it out there, you get enough shit as it is. Muslims want to cut your head off, and leftists want to cancel you. And then this guy, and I'm assuming this Mike Wheeler is not, at least, I don't know, is he an explicit leftist or he's a self-identified leftist? Meaning he's allegedly on the right, but he self-identifies as a leftist? I don't know. All I know is he's trying to cancel Pigman from Stripe and therefore from my comic. Unacceptable. Why? I would never do it to him. I don't give a shit what he does. He does Star Wars comic, like it's a porn comic, I think. Let him do that. I don't give a shit. All right, guys. Hey, Dwight. How's it going, man? Hey, good to see you here, Dwight. He says, Dwight here. Stay strong, brother. Absolutely. Morning, Torchbearer Studios. Morning. Um, yes, Crazy Cat. Mike Wheeler is Divinity Comics. So if he's in here, I guess he'll be seen as Divinity Comics. And I guess he was here the old day when I got a little, some rats around here pulling their shit. If you guys can like and subscribe to my channel, I would really appreciate it. On my YouTube channel, if you're on YouTube, if you're on X, just like the thing and you can share it if you like. I would appreciate it. Thanks, Randall. Randall mentioned everyone. Hamilton says he's another indie creator with a bee in his bonnet about CG. Yeah, some really bitter bastards out there. It's like these, I don't know. Hell hath no fury, like a CG bitch. I don't know. It's like, what the hell? Something clearly was said or done that they couldn't deal with. That's their problem. They couldn't fund their campaigns or something. I don't know. I never heard of this guy ever. It clearly has to do with something with Trash Cast and I'm on the Kings. It's possible because I don't know this guy. Hey, John. Hello, my friend. Sorry I'm late. I got sucked into watching Trump's first live campaign. Damn. I gotta check that out also. I think Elon's gonna be there too, so it should be very interesting. Very cool. Dwight says he's just struggling to be relevant. Yeah, for sure, no doubt. That's how it comes off. Randall says they are mad because their prawn parody comics aren't selling as well. Right. I mean, it's tired, man. Star Horse. It's like, okay. Hamilton says Mike Wheeler is the same idiot who cried when he and his wife, who was also in the indie comic space, got banned from a Comic-Con. Rules for thee, I guess. Yeah, it's just really, and it's not just, oh, it's just hypocrisy. No, it's evil, is what it is. It's evil. Why the fuck would you want to go after someone's campaign and get it knocked off? How does it hurt you? I'm not going to promote the guy, but I sure as hell I'm not going to go and try to get him banned. Even him doing this, I'm not going to try to get him banned. Why the hell would I? It doesn't make sense. Joe Schmosa, advocating for jihad is literally free speech. Well, advocating for, are you one of those libertarians who says that even death threats to me is free speech? Because it's not. I don't think advocating for jihad is free speech. I don't. Because you're advocating for the murder of innocent people in a time of war while there's a declared war against us. Whether we declare war against them or not, which we should, we haven't done yet officially, we should. I don't think it is, Joe. Because you're calling out, and what's jihad? Is it an official war against warring countries? No, it's savage terrorists going after civilians and murdering them. That's not free speech. It's not. You can, it depends on what you say about jihad, right? So, because Muslims will say, well, it means struggle. It doesn't really. That's just the cop out. That's just the bullshit that they lie. Because even by definition, and Merriam-Webster's definition says it's a holy war on behalf of Islam. That's what jihad is. So, Joe Schmo, you're wrong. The death threats I get are not free speech. That crosses a line into incitement to violence. That's not free speech. It's not. I know some dumb libertarians have said so, but they're dumb. So you expect that from libertarians. Then it says they sell smut comics, but think they are morally superior to call others racist. They also copy other IPs and get offended when called out. Right. It looks like, yeah, with the Star Wars thing. It's nasty. I want that sandwich now, that it says. That's right. Crazy Cat says Mike Wheeler tried making an app that tracked and followed stripper schedules across clubs and even states. I think I may have heard that on Trashcast. So I didn't know, I don't remember the name, but I think someone did mention that. It was an app tailor-made for obsessed stalkers to put strippers' lives in danger. My man, Dale. How's it going, Dale? Great to have you here, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate your presence on here. Dale is arguably the greatest Hulk artist ever. And I will say arguably because Kirby, that Kirby first few Hulk issues, that's the Hulk to me. But he just took it and just, made it next level. But those early Kirby issues, the way he drew them with that apish look, Dale just took that and expanded it even further, made it like a rocket fuel. It was awesome. Glad to have you here, Dale. Thanks, man. Ravine says, Bosh, I'm moving in August and I see you're fulfilling then. Can we make an arrangement where you'll hold off on mine until I move? Definitely. Just if you could note it, if you already ordered, note it in the, if there's a note area or section, or put it in the comment on the campaign, Ravine. You can do that as well. Definitely. I can do that. Very, very cool. Everyone's saying hi to Dale. Again, Dale is, I mean, he's great. From the Hulk to Pitt, and incredible work, man. I got your cover, by the way, Dale, for the Cyberfrog 3. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Ravine, yeah. Ravine says, I'm in Canada and we're used to expensive shipping. I get it, man. I get it. I'm sorry. But yeah, I was able to get it $10 beneath the worldwide cost because I do realize that, Canada is, well, it's more expensive than at least here. If I ship it nationally, it's cheaper than Europe and so on. Hail, General Piggy. Thanks, being here, guys. Appreciate it, man. Jay Bama, my man. I got to put you up there. Let's see. Okay. It does work. Very, very cool. So Jay Bama, super chat, $2. New villain idea, cancel Pigman. That's right. I like it. I like it a lot. Cancel Pigman. Very, very cool. Thanks for the super chat, Jay. Appreciate it. And I like the idea. Cancel Pigman. Very cool. General Piggy said, I got one of those index cards from you a couple months ago. I need to show it off later. Very cool, man. I'd love to see which one it is because I drew a stack of those. Hamilton, thanks so much for making it cheaper to ship in Canada. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Because it is cheaper. It is going to be cheaper. And someone said on YouTube, they were being nice about it. I said, I don't mind paying that. I said, no, but it is cheaper actually. So you don't, I'm not going to charge you more if I don't have to. Absolutely not. I'm not going to take the hit myself, but if I can get it $10 cheaper for you guys without taking a hit, awesome. Absolutely. Mike TVW says, hail Bosch. Thanks, man. Thanks for offering cheaper shipping. The 51st Canuckistan is hilarious. Do you do the refunds or do I need to contact FMC? There is no automated refund option on. I guess, I don't know exactly, but I guess I can. I guess I can. I have all the emails. I put it on my new email list. I added it to my old list, but I have only the FMC Pigman #1 specific email list as well. So maybe text me or message me on X. And anyone else who did that, anyone else who paid more shipping for Canada, the worldwide one, you will get $10 off. So I can give you guys a refund. Just message me on X, I guess. Do that. Thanks, guys. My sketchbook, my sketchbook 340. There was no automated refund option on the My Contribution page. Oh, okay. Yeah. So Mike TVW, I guess message me, and then after this, I'll focus on it and see what I can do. And anyone else who wants that refund, let me know because it'll be $10 cheaper for Canadians. It's not that far from us, and it shouldn't be as much as it's going to, Europe. It just shouldn't because it's not that far. So thanks for mentioning it, guys, because I just said worldwide or America. But I appreciate it. Good morning. My sketchbook 340. Dennis says that Pig says he's a Christian. A lot of these guys do, don't they? Don't they, Dennis? The most moralistic assholes out there. And I don't know. The Christians I like, they're pretty easygoing. They're not moralizers necessarily. They don't deviate from certain things and they stick to the guns, but they're not going to be out there and just trying to get people canceled. It's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. Hi, Diana. Diana says, hi there, Bosch. Since there's only a few copies of Peaceful Death Threats left, I'm so glad that I purchased both volumes before your campaign. Come on, Comicsgate. Let's help our friend Bosch. Thanks. I got 4 of volume 1. I think 4 more left of volume 1. And then I also have a few books out of print now. I have my Muhammad Cartoons volume 1, my Muhammad Cartoons volume 2, 15 each, I believe. And then that's it. All my Pigman comics are out of print. So that's why I'm starting this new one, reviving the series, better, bigger, better, more pig-sized issues for sure. And in the end, as has always been my hope, wrap it up in a pigskin leather hardcover. It'll be Islam proof. It'll be Muslim proof. So thanks again, J Bomb. Appreciate it. The Baconator, Dwight, the Baconator. Nick Axe, Bosch, fight, fight, fight. Indeed, indeed, Nick Axe, fight, fight, fight. What a moment, guys! What a time to be alive. You have Donald Trump getting shot and coming back up and telling the audience, fight, fight, fight. The wherewithal, the heroism. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, guys, my sketchbook 340, it's all to do with Ethan. His wife and him hate Ethan and are still salty about old stuff. Sad, really, yeah. It's pathetic. It's just pathetic. And I know it's so funny. Some of these guys think this. I remember after I was on the first episode of Trashcast last year now in March, just about a year. I got people saying that you made the wrong choice for CG. I said, what? And they also think that I'm going to be cowed by this. Guys, dummies out there. If I'm not cowed by almost being killed by these savages in Garland, Texas, who got their heads blown off, I'm not going to be cowed by thousands of savages sending me death threats. I'm not going to be cowed by some punks on X who are bitter butt boys, about Comicsgate. I'm not. I think it's funny. Joe Schmo says, advocating for murder is free speech. Please see. No, Joe. You can say whatever you want there. Brandenburg versus Ohio Supreme Court. Bullshit. And if they did it, they're wrong. And you're wrong, Joe. You're dead wrong. It's stupid. There's, threats leads to incitement, leads to things actually happening in reality. You cross the line of free speech. You can curse me out. You can say anything you want about me. You can make up shit, and I'll just call you out on it. I'll call you a liar. Threats, you're not that bright, Joe. You are a Joe Schmo. Joe Schmuck, maybe. With all due respect, not really, because I can't stand that shit. I just can't. That's not free speech. I'm all for free speech. I'm not for someone says, I'm going to cut your head off and rape you. That's not free speech. That's a threat. That's a threat. And you don't get it. And you're here to dirty the waters and try to appeal to authority with the Supreme Court. Fuck the Supreme Court. They made some stupid decisions over the years. So don't give me that shit. Anyway. I'm just going down, guys. There's a lot of love here for each other, for Dale. That's awesome. Crazy Cat. Libertarian principles allow for drag queen story hour with children. Libertarianism is retarded. They do allow for that, don't they? And that shouldn't have been allowed. Not for children. It really shouldn't have. And that's not free speech. Get these grown men, disgusting, showing themselves in front of children now. First of all, it's the parents who are pathetic, for bringing them there. But that shouldn't be allowed. Pornography in libraries for children should never be allowed, ever. I'm not a prude, but keep it to the fucking adults. Don't keep it to the children. Disney putting gay stuff into their children's movies. Get the fuck out of here. There's a reason why you guys are hemorrhaging your business. John says, Dale and Bosch need to do a stream together. Dale was great in last stream. Appreciate it, Dale. I was on Ballers, and he was there. We went back and forth for a bit, and I was so exhausted, guys. I had slept, I think, 2 hours prior. That was the opening day of that was my launch day. And I went on a few channels and Ethan's and my own, and I was exhausted. And I was yawning on the air as I do right now. I didn't get much sleep last night either. But, as James Dean says, sleep is a waste of time, right? Right, guys? Live fast, die young, have a good-looking corpse. No, but sleep is important. I know, but I can only get a certain amount. I've tried to do more. I just can't. My body's like, no, get up. Art, hell, rare stream while I'm working. Very, very cool, Art. Yeah, glad to be here. Glad everyone's here. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for the give and take, and thanks for the support. Again, it's not even a point that, can this guy actually get me canceled from there? I don't know, but he's trying. He's going to Stripe. He's making a complaint. He made it at least two videos about me so far. he's going off, at me on X. I didn't even see that, so I'm not gonna respond. Um, but the point is, he's trying. It's like this to Joe Schmo. Muslims threaten to murder me, right? I'm not gonna be like, oh, it's just words. That's just free speech. The guys who were threatening to murder Theo Van Gogh years ago, right? They were threatening to murder him. That's just free speech, right? Right, Theo? Right, Joe Schmo? That's just free speech. Until he's riding his bike, they shoot him in the back, they stab him, and he's telling them, "Can we just talk about this? Can we just talk about this?" So it's free speech until they act on their threat, until they actually live up to that threat, until they back that threat. It's not free speech. Don't be stupid. And I'll tell you one thing, Joe Schmo, 100% I will tell you this. If you got thousands of death threats like I did, if you were almost murdered by these savages who got their heads blown off, fortunately, who they were able to shoot a cop in the ankle, I don't think you'd be on here trying to sell the idea that death threats are free speech. It's a very stupid position, untenable, doesn't work. I don't give a shit what you say about the Supreme Court. They're dead wrong on certain issues. And I don't even think that that's actually the case, what you're saying anyway. Um, it's really stupid, and it's just not true. Death threats are death threats. Free speech is free speech. The two are not the same. Very different. Thank you, Ravine. Absolutely. Just message me, and I'll get the refund to you and to anyone else. Here he goes again. Joe Schmo's back. Free speech goes further than you think. America was founded on violent speech against king. Ugh, violent speech against king. God damn it! It was a declaration of independence. You dummy. It wasn't a declaration of war. We declared independence. They declared war. It doesn't matter that we thought that they would do that. Who cares? It doesn't matter if we thought, yeah, if we're declaring independence, that's their call. It's in their court that we declare independence. They declare war. Okay, then that's it. And don't tell me about free speech goes further than you think. I've been drawing Muhammad for 20 years. I almost got murdered for doing what I do. I advocate for free speech as much as anyone ever did. And you're telling me about, you're going to teach me something here? No, I think you're a schmuck here. You're a troll who's on there just to dirty the waters about free speech. It's not the case. It's not the case, Joe. Joe Schmuck. It's not the case. Jay Obama says, share this stream, guys. Please share it, guys. Thanks, Jay. Appreciate it. My sketchbook 340 says that jihad is a declaration of holy war against the infidels. Infidels is everyone who don't want to convert and followers of other religions, not racist or bigotry or to go against warmongers. Yeah, not at all. Again, I was born to my Muslim parents. I was born into Islam. I left. How the fuck can you be born into something that's a race? How can you leave something that's a race? How can you convert to something that's a race? It's just retarded. But that's what people say. And this Mike Wheeler, a desperate, butthurt guy, bitter about Comicsgate, is like, he's going after brown people. It's like brown people. The main character in there is a redhead guy who's ex-Muslim. There's another, his twin brother is a jihadist. Nothing brown about those guys. Now, there are some quote-unquote brown people in there. The guys who came to murder us in Texas, a black guy and an Arab Muslim, a black Muslim, Arab Muslim. I used to be a Muslim. Look at me. People say you don't look Muslim. I say that's a stupid comment. Anyone can convert to Islam. Anyone can be born into it. So that's right. My sketchbook 340 is just stupid. Crazy Cat says to Dale Keown, who's at 44 Numbskull. That's his handle. Pitt and the Max crossover is still one of the all-time great comic book crossovers. Sam Key's depictions of Pitt rocked. I remember seeing that years ago. I guess in the early or later days of Image. Definitely remember that. Torchbearer Studio says, if Pigman had a Robin, what would their name be? Piglet, Little Piggy, Bacon Boy, maybe Monkey Boy. And the reason why is because in the Quran, Jews are referred to as the descendants of apes and pigs. The descendants of apes and pigs. They're dehumanized throughout the Quran. And that's why, however much Muslims are taught to hate infidels, they're taught to especially hate Jews. he had a particular hard on for them, Muhammad, because he wanted to get them on his side. If he can get the first monotheistic religion on his side, the oldest one of the bunch, then he felt like, okay, I can go and say that I was always the prophet of the true religion, of the true one religion, right? They rejected him, and therefore I think he really got angry about that. So if anything, I would do Pigman and Monkey Boy, but I'm not going to do that. It's just, it's a fun idea. Maybe for like, okay, guys, maybe for this, I can do this. It's a lot of money. I know it's $1,000, but that's the price because it's an original drawing that's made up by you guys. It's your idea, or you can just tell me go off, do what you want. But I can do it for this. I can do Pigman and Monkey Boy for this commission. Anyone out there who wants that, you can order that. And also, guys, I mentioned yesterday, but I'm going to mention it again. I'm going to mention it one more time here, and then I'll get back to your comments. Give me 1 second, guys. I got a backer. Thank you so much, man. Someone on here backed while we were on stream. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm up to 173 now, gearing up to $12,000. Thank you very much. And the most popular cover right now is the war paint cover. And I understand it's the most in-your-face dramatic one. I even have it behind me, guys. It's on a canvas. Damn it. Was I covering up myself here, guys? Was I? Or that's not how it works. I don't know. Anyway, there's the Pigman War Paint 16 by 20. Is the cover to my first book, Table for One. So my goal is to get at least a number of backers every day, and that's been the case ever since Friday. Much appreciated, guys, because you don't want any dead days. You really don't. You want to keep pushing. I want to keep streaming. I want to keep it on X, promoting it. My advertising money has gone basically to super chats. That's what I've done. We'll see if there's any other ways, any other ideas anyone has. Let me know. Maybe in the comment section. Any thoughts? How best to spend ad money? Let me know, guys. I'd love to hear it. I'd love to hear it. I want to go here. I'm going to show you guys, those who didn't see it yesterday. I've been sitting on a flip book, a Muhammad flip book for almost a year. And Pigman's in there also. And it's something that I thought was cool as hell. I was ready and raring to print it, and my printer just switched ownership. And they said, I don't think we can do that. That's a King Kong, by the way. Zombie King Kong drawing that I did on Kings. But here's the Muhammad on the Run. So my printer told me, they said, okay, because I followed up just the old day, just after a year. I said, look, what do you think? Can you guys publish this? So they got back and said, okay, we can do it, but we can do it 4x4. I originally designed it 2 by something, so it will retain that. I tried to make it bigger. I was looking at it to see if I could fit it. I can't. It loses too much of the art. So the cover will be like this, full, as you see here. Muhammad on the Run, a flip book by Bosch Fawston. It'll be 4x4, but when you open it, it'll be black on top, black on bottom, and you have the wider image of Muhammad and the Pigman. And it's fun. Looks like a little mini cartoon. It's 70 pages. It's short, but it's just cool to have because there's nothing like it on Earth, and it's not an exaggeration, guys. I do stuff that I gotta say I have Muhammad playing cards, trading cards. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, I have a lot more. But I just want to show you these two. These two in particular. Give me 1 second, guys. I have a lot more of these cards, but this is my first Muhammad trading card. You guys can order it on my website, boschfalls.com, on the store section. And when I put the rarest trading card in history, I'm not exaggerating. It's not just hype. I'm not just my own hype man. That's real. And then it has the stats on there. It has a quote from him. an actual quote. And it says, I have been made victorious with terror. With terror. And it shows his height, his stats, how many concubines he had, how many wives, how many infidels he murdered, and so on. And then this is another one where he got his revenge on me, he thought. Because I've been drawing him for 20 years, so he's like, take that, Faustin. And I write, I drew you and me, dummy. He's like, oh, shit. So he got to draw me, and he says, Muhammad's short-lived revenge. It's fun. This is my 6th card. I have about 15 now. The majority of the dwellers of hell are women. That's what Muhammad said. And he said this to his wives. His wives. They said, why is that? He goes, because they don't listen to their husband. You know, trying to... Anyway, so I don't know if I'm going to add this just as a reward or as a stretch goal. I don't know yet. If you guys can give me an idea. I've been going back and forth on it since yesterday. I'm just so happy that I can actually get it printed, published. I love seeing these things made in print. I love cracking that box open and seeing it for the first time and smelling it. I just love it. And it'll be something very unique. A unique thing among many unique things. My Muhammad trading cards, I mean, playing cards are also great. Give me 1 second, guys. One second. These are my Muhammad playing cards. Again, they're available at my store, bossfaustin.com. Check it out, guys. And on every part of the box, it's different drawings. And let me show you quick. It's all the back ones with Muhammad's face in there. And then here's a Joker, Muhammad Joker card. I don't know how you guys can see it, if you can see it really clear. Probably not. We'll see. Anyway, I got all these cards here. It's really fun. It was fun to a design. I got Muhammad Queen, Jack. Each card is a unique. It has crescent in all of the symbols. Each one has Muhammad on it in some form or other. So you guys can get them. I have a stack left. I sold a nice amount, but I still got some left. So again, check that out, guys. Check out Pigman. I would really appreciate your support. I want to go hard into issue 2. I want to really get enough wind where it's like, okay, all right, guys. And I will say this, guys, to talk myself up here, I will say this. Once you guys read it, I believe you'll really want to continue the series. I believe that. Ravine, Super Chat, thank you so much. I just added it to my broadcast here. I don't know how to go here in terms of, I had to figure this all out, but different colors, different, 1 second, guys. I'll make this that color for now. Thank you, Ravine. I'm going to read it right now. Let me get this off. Okay. Ravine Reckoning writes Super Chat, $10. Thank you so much. From Ravine Reckoning, just showing support. I think you're fantastic, and I look forward to what the future holds for you. Thank you so much, Ravine. Very sweet of you. Much appreciated. Thank you. I don't mean to be a sexist when I said very sweet of you, but, you know, it is. It's very nice of you to say that. Thank you very much, Ravine. Much appreciated. Thank you. Very, very cool. Yeah, I just became monetized the old day, guys. Excuse me. I think yesterday. Pretty cool. And they said, we're going to review your channel now before you get monetized. I was like, uh-oh. You never know, man. I mean, it's it is what it is. I mean, you draw Muhammad. I drew Muhammad on some of those streams, and you never know what the response can be. But so far, so good. So far, so good. The only ones who are actively trying to get me canceled now are quote-unquote Christians from Comicsgate. Crazy, right? Carlos said, the twist is canceled Pigman weighs 400 pounds and does all the housework while his wife works. It's funny. That's a good twist, yeah. Mike TV Dub says, thanks, Bosh. I'll message you on the FMC webpage as I don't use X. Okay, do that. Thanks, man. You guys can send me also, a message there or put it in the comments, and I'll get that refund out. Dwight says, Canadian posties are the highest paid postmen in the world. Is that the case? Hail, Richard. Dwight says, just like there are rhinos, there are Christians in name only. Yes, indeed. And Muslims in name only, which is the kind of Muslims you want. You want the hack Muslims who may not eat pork, and that's about it. They won't come and try to kill you. I like hack Muslims. I definitely do. Here we go again with Joe Schmo trying desperately to push his propaganda, and it is propaganda. I'll read it, though. Joe Schmo says, threats are not legal and neither is incitement. The action is the crime. Threats are not legal and neither is incitement. The action is the crime, not speech. There is a difference. Now, hold on a second. You got this. Your threats are not legal. Indeed. True. And then you're going to make the argument against it. And neither is incitement. Threats are not legal. Is that what you're saying? You're not saying that they're legal because you've been making a case up to now that they are legal. That it is free speech. The action is the crime, not the speech. There's a difference. Are you a lawyer or something? You trying to make that difference here? I don't care what you say. I don't care what the Supreme Court says. When someone tells me I want to cut your head off, I want to kill your family, I want this and that, that's a threat. That goes out of the bounds of free speech. That leads to incitement to violence. Because sooner or later, these savages, like Salwan Momika, right? Death threats like crazy. And then they acted on it. So you are going to sit here and try to tell me, don't worry about it. Just take those threats, and if they act on it, then they act on it. Then they act on it. No, that's not the way it goes. Death threats are not free speech. Something of violence is not free speech. I'm going to come to your place. I'm going to kick your fucking ass. I'm going to beat up your family. That's not free speech. That's a threat. That is a threat. A threat of potential violence and incitement to violence. But anyway, you keep going. Go talk to yourself, Joe. Yeah. And go keep not getting death threats the way I do. It's not even because I got them that I understand this, but it's like you're trying to make this argument that until they murder me, it's all good. That's pathetic, Joe. It's pathetic. Because they've been making threats to me for years, and they almost got it. They almost backed it up 10 years ago. They almost did. They got their heads blown off, but they almost did. So it's all good until they actually pull the trigger. It's very, very stupid. Very stupid. You must be a goddamn libertarian. Excuse me, guys. Apologize. Crazy Cat says, advocating for murder is not free speech. The founding fathers didn't even mean free speech for porn either. It's just a stupid argument. It is a libertarian one. It's really bad. Really bad. Hamilton says, no to Joe Schmo. No, in the case of the categories of speech excluded from 1A from First Amendment protection by the USSC, the speech is the crime. That's the thing, because it's like, I go up to a cop, hey, piece of shit pig, I'm going to fucking kill you and your family. He's like, free speech, right? No. Someone says, I'm going to kill Trump. Free speech, right? It's just speech, right? No, it's not. It's a threat. And why the fuck should our stinking politicians, and I'm not saying Trump is one, I like Trump, I voted for him proudly. The point is, why should they get extra protections than the average American for threats? They act like it's the end of the world when a piece of shit politician gets threat. God damn it, how about us? They're here to protect us. They're not more than us. They're our servants. They're not better than us. They don't get extra protections. They shouldn't. So it's really stupid. Really stupid. But keep going, Joe. You're embarrassing yourself. Then it says, there is a difference between, Dale says, you were great, not sure. what you're referring to. Dale, 44 Numbskull. You really come in here pretty stealthily, Dale. It's like no one would know that that's you. So cool. I actually like that. Dennis says there is a difference between Riley wanting to shave Eric July's shoulder hair and some goat shagger treating death and grape, threatening death and grape. Come on, he he's a character. This guy. There's a difference between Riley wanting and some goat shagging, threatening death and rape. Come on, and there was a difference between that as well. And that's just now that's funny actually. Him saying that clipiverse. It's funny. It's a critic mocking someone, protesting him, and having no history of violence, as far as I know. And that didn't stop Mr. I Hate the Cops July from calling the cops on him. That's a pussy move. I mean, it really is. The pigs, the state, Ugh. What a anarcho-capitalist he is. I mean, pathetic. Anyway, Emerald Fat 40 Ounce says, I am sitting next to your pit poster that Ethan shipped. It's so great to own your official posters. Awesome. Hamilton Berger says to Joe Schmo, that's not the analysis the court uses at all. Emerald Fat, okay, let's see. Thanks. Emerald Fat asks, where is the campaign now? It's at 173. Just got that. Just got a backer today. Again, every day I want to get some backers. I'm going to try to work for it. I'm going to try to persuade you guys and then, make the case why there's flat out nothing like my comic out there. I'm not talking myself up too much. It's just a fact. I ask Grok, who are the anti-jihad superheroes? Pigman. That's it. You know what? Let's do it live here because they did that. Then they named some Muslim superheroes, right? Some Muslim superheroes. Maybe not. I will do that later. There's a reason why I don't want to get into that stuff there with says to sense some stuff out there. Anyway, I changed my mind on that, but I will. I did look at it at least twice. Once they said, well, there are anti-jihad superheroes like Pigman, and it's like, okay, who else? You just named Pigman, who else? And then they named for some reason Muslim superheroes. They named that as well, which is very strange. But I'm going to do it here actually. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to see if I can do it here. I just don't want anything off on the screen, to be blunt. Who are the anti-jihad superheroes? Okay, that's the question. Who are the anti-jihad superheroes? I'm asking on the bottom, and then I press it, and it says here, who are the anti-jihad superheroes? It says the anti-jihad superheroes are fictional characters specifically created to oppose jihadist ideologies or actions, often reflecting a counter-narrative to extremism. Unlike mainstream superheroes who typically fight generic villains or cosmic threats, these characters are designed. It's so funny that they keep talking in terms of plural. These characters are designed with a focus on combating radical Islamic terrorism or its ideological underpinnings. Based on available information, there's really only one prominent example that fits this description precisely. Now, this is different. This is different than last time I asked. So now they're getting a little more solid in the answer. Based on available information, there's only one prominent example that fits this description precisely. The standout anti-jihad superhero is Pigman, created by Bosch Boston. Now, my point is this, guys. When Grok, who, it's Elon Musk's high-powered AI program, when it's asked a question, it goes the gambit. It tries to get as much information as possible in history, in the world, in the modern era, everywhere it can to get the answer to you. And the only thing it was able to muster was Pigman. And my point is this, it just hits home that there is no comic book like this out there. I have to make the case because no one else will Other people do. Excuse me. You guys do, and you guys are great at promoting it, and I really appreciate it. My point is this: if I don't make the case, you know, if I don't make it, it's like I'm the one who I should make the case first. In other words, um, Fawson, a self-described recovered Muslim and cartoonist, introduced Pigman as a response to what he sees as a lack of superheroes addressing jihadist threats directly. The story follows twin brothers Killian Duke and Salam Duka, whose lives diverge after 9/11. Killian rejects. Now, this is interesting. This is language that I didn't specifically use. It's so interesting to see this AI thing take what's there and use a little different language. Killian rejects Islam and creates Pigman as an ex-Muslim counter-jihad comic book superhero, while Salam embraces radical Islam. Radical Islam, oof, I hate that term. I can't stand it. It's like saying radical Nazism. Um, I'm going to let you guys hear something quick. And then 1 second, guys. Thanks for being here, guys. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it, guys. I'm just gonna, if you didn't hear this either, I think it's pretty funny. Let's see. I can't do this, can I? Okay. I think I can. I was invited 2011 in a 2011 in a conference. David Horowitz from the Freedom Center had this conference, and I was invited to join Robert Spencer in a debate. The debate was, it was supposed to be originally Robert Spencer, the great Robert Spencer, who I'm proud to call a friend. He's basically he's the half part of Pigman, as Frank Warner, who writes against jihad and Islam for years. He was based on that, and then the physicality was based on John O'Neill, the FBI agent who was hunting down Osama bin Laden for years. I read a few books on him as well. Fascinating character, man. Fascinating. He's a big guy. He looked like the old cops from the 50s. They didn't mind if they had a gut. They were just big guys on the beat. And he had a big forehead as well. That's what I give Frank. A little Jack Nicholson hair, almost, with a little white on his sides. Anyway, I go to Florida. I'm there I was invited to go. I'm mainly there to see the big event, which to me was Robert Spencer versus Andrew C. McCarthy, who was a prosecutor who prosecuted the blind sheikh who tried to blow up the Twin Towers in 1993. He knows his stuff, but he's always wobbly about the ideology. He likes to call it Islamism and all that bullshit. So the debate was, is it Islam or is it Islamism? That's the problem. So I'm there. I can't wait to be part of it, and to be there, just to watch it. A few hours before the actual debate, I'm asked by the moderator, hey, would you want to take part in the debate? I was like, yeah. Can you sit with Robert, and Andrew will be with a baroness from the UK? I said, fuck yeah. Absolutely. So I went to my hotel room with the woman I was with, and I was going back and forth with her. I said, okay, this. I was thinking about certain things. Okay, because it was only a few hours prep. I went there with the idea that it'll be just Robert. So I go there and I give a presentation about 6 minutes, and I got the crowd laughing. And I didn't intend to do that. It's just the language I was using, as I just use here, because in Grok they refer to radical Islam. So let me get to this. It's a very short moment. I'm going to put it on the mic. You should hear it clearly. I call it my stand-up comedy moment. It's a serious thing, but I'm mocking the idea that it's radical Islam. If it's radical Islam, then check this out. In America, Middle East, Europe, and imagine in the past if we referred to enemy ideologies such as radical Nazism, militant communism. That kind of thinking leads us to try to find moderate Nazis. It was so great being part of that panel. So great. And to be blunt, we kicked their asses. We really did. Andrew, for some reason, I know him personally. Some reason he clings to this idea that, it's Islam, Islamism, radical Islam, all those bullshit terms. I had an article years ago called calling Islam Islam. You know, Islam as such sanctions all of the evils we see that Sharia law and jihadists sanction. All those evils are sanctioned by Islam. Not one of them is condemned or punished. It's not. War on behalf of Islam is sanctioned by Islam. It's not radical Islam that sanctions it. There's one Quran. There's not a moderate version of the Quran. There's not a radical version of the Quran. There's one Quran. And so on and so on. And it was great being part of it. Just great. Robert Spencer is a great man. And I learned the bulk of my stuff from him. Besides reading the Quran, I learned it from him. And again, it's just so awesome that I can see him every so often and just hang out with him. And he's a great guy. And I might be giving something away, but he's fucking funny also. On top of that, great sense of humor. And he does this heavy duty lifting work. He's the one who actually, him and Pamela Geller, they set up the Mama Cartoon Contest that I ended up winning. They set it up in response to the Charlie Hebdo massacre, in response to something that was responding to the Charlie Hebdo massacre, which was the Muslims who got together in Garland, Texas, at the same place that we went to defend the Prophet, not defend those who were slaughtered, not defend free speech, not defend, innocent people, but to defend the guy who motivated those people to murder those people in Charlie Hebdo and to murder us as well. Sickening. All right. So yeah, I'm going to refresh again. Guys, if you can back it, I would really, really appreciate it. I got an 8-page preview here. I got this page. I got a 9-page preview actually, because this is a page from it, so I just added some text there. Here's the I drew the plane like a bat out of hell, like a missile coming down when they're looking overhead, just to show it that way, as if it's a missile dropping onto a city. And it's black also. And then here I have Killian Duke, and he is my quote-unquote self-insert. I got no problem with that. The reason why I have him look the way he looks is because I want to hit home the idea that Islam is an ideology, it's a religion, it's not a race. It's not about Arabs, it's not about, people say the Arabs. God damn it, enough of that. There are many white Muslims, there are black Muslims, Arab Muslims, all kinds. There are more non-Arab Muslims than there are Arab Muslims. But some reason we, even stupidly on the right, we stick to the idea that it's a race. It's just really stupid. He gets into a fist fight with your Muslim friends. He uses the Quran as a weapon. Bonks the guy on the head with it. Here's Pigman's first appearance in a cave in the Hindu Kush. This design was here. It's like an X, right? It's an X there. The guys are large and Pigman is small. The bigger Pigman gets, the smaller they get. In relief, they're running for their lives. They heard about the beast. There's been rumblings about the beast, and now they come face to face with him. And they call him the beast. They don't want to even let the word pig come out of their mouth. Allahu Akbar. He turns around and sees that. And then, if you haven't seen this, he's being chased down by suicide bombers at the edge of a cliff because he had to dispatch someone. But if you read it, I just don't want to, tell everyone. But here he is jumping off, and they follow him. Now he has a little backup plan. Their backup plan, there was no backup plan. The backup plan is to kill him and die in the process. I'm sorry, guys. Apologize. So they're jumping here wildly, except some of them. Some of them are like, I'm not sure about this. So they have second thoughts. And Pigman's like, madmen. Pulls out this gun. He goes, misogynists dying and killing for 72 women. Only in Islam. And he's like, poosh, talk. And they blow it up. So he has to have a plan B. Allahu Akbar, boom. And you see the guys, the little details here. Their hairy fingers, hairy feet. Bad nails. It's fun, man. It's fun. Then I have this 3, 4, 5-page debate between cartoonists at a panel. It's all post 9/11 comics, all different types. A Muslim creates an America that's Islamic now. A Catholic creates the ecumen, the ecumenical. He creates basically a Jew, a Christian, and a Muslim, and they're best pals. It's so stupid. And then there's another one called Love at First Fight, which is a Israeli soldier and a Palestinian, quote unquote, terrorist. It's a gay, like Brokeback Mountain style. And it's also, if you notice, it's the crescent, like the Islamic crescent, but with the Jewish star. And then there's Pigman by Killian Duke, who is my stand-in, who I got. I know people make fun of that these days. Fuck it. I don't care. I think it's good to show that these guys here can be as Muslim as anyone. Here, he's a devout Muslim, that guy. His name is Salam, which means peace. Islam means submission. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. All right, guys, I'm going to refresh here. Hope you guys can back it, man. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it. You always come through when I go live, and I want to keep that going. To me, every single backer counts. Every single backer is important. I just want to keep earning every single one. Thank you very much, guys. By doing these streams, by answering your questions, by engaging with you guys. I love it. I love doing it anyway, so it's awesome. Thank you very much, guys. Very much. I'm going to continue reading your comments. Hamilton says that's not the analysis the court uses at all. Immoral, okay, yeah. I just checked. So, 2 backers today. Awesome. Awesome, guys. Thank you very much, man. Every single backer counts. It's awesome. Thank you so much. So Joe Schmo continues with his propaganda here. He goes, declaring that a king is illegitimate and declaring independence is a capital punishment, or at least it definitely was at the time. Amor Fast says, let's see $15. For a super chat, you mean? Or, hey, man, I mean, whatever you guys want to give. Personally, if you ask me super chat or back my comic, back my comic. If it's either or, please back it, guys. And I will say this, whatever you think it is, I think it's more. I think it's different, and I think it's more. Whatever you think, the infidel is, it gets into a lot of stuff, guys. Let me just pull up a little something here. Let me pull this up. There's Pigman, by the way, in issue 3, laughing his ass off at Super Jihad, which is his great friend. His great friend. 1 second, guys. Let me get this out. Apologize. I will open this up here. This is the Infidel. This is the first issue. How's it look on this screen? I got to get this out. Apologize, guys. Oops. I just made an extra page here. Okay. Okay. Here it is, guys. Damn it. What the hell am I doing? Okay. Okay. This is right after that the towers were hit. And the first line of the story is Frank, who's Pigman with his friend Muhammad, Rand Hotel, not by accident, guys. He goes, you just going to stand there? You just going to stand there? It's funny to me. That kind of humor, I like. I like it a lot. It just disappeared. Very, very strange. What the hell happened? Okay, preview. Yeah, it sure as hell did. Very strange, guys. Let me try to get this together, guys. Apologize. Okay. Frank is booking, and here the composition was this, guys. If it's not clear, and it doesn't have to be clear. It's like, this is my thinking here. I wanted to have this entire group of people looking up, and what this represents are the towers. These panels here represents towers. If you notice the smoke coming out there, and they're at a distance looking up at it. I didn't want to busy up here, so I want to keep it simple like that. It was just I took some liberties there, but I think it's fine. And his friend looks down and out, Muhammad, down and out. He's like, Frank, ugh. They're having somewhat of a falling out. And he is really heavy-lidded, right? Like that. And as soon as he sees the plane, he's alive. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa. He has a good idea what's happening. He has a damn good idea. I'm going to show a few pages here, guys. He has a damn good idea what's happening. And he's wide-eyed now. And he is into it. He's been a dead man walking for a while. And now all of a sudden he's looking back. He's like, huh, what is this? And then he sees a second plane hit the tower, the second tower. And he's really wide-eyed now. And Frank says, Islam, jihad. And Muhammad drops to his knees. He's an ex-Muslim at this point, an atheist ex-Muslim working with Frank for years, writing against Islam and jihad. All of a sudden, resubmits to Islam in this dramatic moment where he sees the second tower, because he knows 100%, in his mind, in his emotions, in his heart, more than his mind, he feels the power of Allah. It can take down these towers, and he resubmits to Islam. And Frank's like, what the fuck? And then here, this is the last page of the preview. Frank turns around. He was looking for his wife who works in the towers. She runs, and again, I did this thing where we can see what's in front of Frank. Picks her up, embraces her. Are you okay? Yes. She goes, Frank, is it them again? He goes, yes. Yes, it's them. And he looks at Muhammad, his friend, partner, business partner, co-writer, and he's looking at him pretty hard. And then he makes this he goes, most will consider everything but the truth about what happened in order to avoid thinking, saying, and doing what is necessary. Within a day, the world will witness the most powerful man on earth repeating the enemy's big lie. Islam means peace. He actually said Islam is peace, and it was with care, I think a little after. That's okay. Which cripples our war effort from the start. Then I start thinking about all the terrible things that must be done to those who had a good day on 9/11. And that's where he makes his vow to end this threat, because he figured the guy who's supposed to protect us from this, the guy who's supposed to wipe out this threat no matter what it takes, unleash our military on them, is kissing the enemy's ideology's ass. That's unacceptable. Unacceptable. So I just want to give you a little taste of what's going on there. We're at 174. I had a few also early morning. I had, I think, 3 backers, which is awesome. So I got 5 today. You always want more. No matter what I'm making, I always want more. I want this to really explode. I want it to be out there. It's very important for me also, for my work, to be mainstreamed, to have this kind of work that's considered controversial and all that bullshit mainstreamed. That's what you want. You want these ideas to be at the top of people's minds. Like, oh yeah, okay, Islam motivates this. All this is. It's not this perverted version of Islam. It's actually Islam. That's important to know. So yeah, guys, I'm going to go back to reading your comments. Dwight says Joe Schmo is probably Mike Wheeler. Hilarious. So Joe Schmo says, perfect name, by the way. You know what a schmo means, right? Like a dummy. Here's your average Joe Schmo. Of course, it's not the analysis. I give the reason for their rulings. Yeah, for their rulings. Jay says, Jay Bomb says, Bacon Bits is a cool sidekick name. I like that. I like that, Jay. Bacon Bits, hilarious. Very funny. Now, there is something, and well, we'll see. We'll see, guys. There's something coming that will be perceived in one way as me going a certain way, but it's not. And there's a reason for it. You'll see. Hamilton says clearly, you know what? Let me see something, guys. 1 second also. I'm going to try to find something here. Where is it? What's that place, guys? It's vote, not vote, .org, something.org. It's I forgot what it was, but anyway, these Muslims made this one petition at something.org. I forgot the name. It was a petition to stop me. It's like, okay, how are you going to stop me? Stop Bosch Fawston from, I guess, whatever, insulting us. It got 49 something thousand. They couldn't muster up more than that, but still, it's like, come on, guys. You say you're 2 point something billion. You only got 49,000 people to stop me, whatever that means. And again, for Joe Schmo here, what do you think they mean by stopping me, Joe? Do you think they mean, what else could they mean by they want to stop me and they have that many to want to stop me? When you have thousands of death threats, when you have these savages sending pictures of people close to me, that's when the FBI gets involved. That's when I call them. If it's personal to that level, that's when it gets serious. But that's just free speech, according to Joe here. That's just free speech. And him just saying, hey, I know someone that you know. I want to murder you, and I know that, and I'm letting you know that I know someone you know. But that's just free speech, man, according to Joe Schmo. That's all. So Hamilton says to Joe Schmo, in this debate about free speech, which I love, I will absolutely have debates about free speech. I will not knock you out, Joe Schmo. Don't worry about that. Unless you start really insulting people on here and start threatening me, different story. You're just wrong, Hamilton says to Joe Schmo, clearly you haven't read the actual decisions or are too dumb to understand it. I'm not wasting any more time on your nonsense. You have made a good case, Joe. I've thought about this for years, for decades. I understand the issue, and I can tolerate anything sent my way, insults, anything you guys got. I've had images of me, terrible images made up of the here and there, and I don't cry about it. I just roast them right back. That's all. They threaten me, I just draw them. Not all of them. I mean, I draw Muhammad. If they knew that their threats would be published alongside new, fresh Muhammad cartoons, I'm not sure if they would have threatened, because they're encouraging this to some extent in their own way. They have incited me. We talk about incitement, right? They've incited me, quote unquote, use that word the left uses, to draw Muhammad cartoons by threatening to murder me over draw Muhammad cartoons. Dale, he says, pull it up. Are you talking about what I just pulled up before, or something else, Dale? Let me know. Appreciate it. Dennis says, that cover is super good. Which one, Dennis? If you could follow that up as well. Brandon says, I got that 1 and 4. Okay, you got the Warpaint one. Thanks, man. I think that's what you mean, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, the Warpaint one seems to be the one. Well, it's not seems to be. It is the one. It's the most popular one so far. Awesome. It's the most dramatic one. I will say that. It definitely is. Let me pull it up on the screen here, right alongside me. My man, Pigman. That's my boy. Pigskin leather, Frank Warner, ex-Muslim, anti-jihad activist, writing against Islam and jihad for a long time. Sees what Bush does, feels like, fuck, I think we're in trouble. This guy just gave the enemy an out by saying Islam is peace, so it's all good. It's just that this small minority of extremists, complete lie. Not that all Muslims are out there, and people tell me, "Hey, why aren't all Muslims terrorists? You idiot!" And this and that. I'm like, dummy. Like any society, any culture, heroes are a small minority. That's a fact. Who are the heroes in the Islamic world? The jihadists. They take the ideology to its end game. They take it to its utmost degree. They take it to copy in the footsteps of Muhammad, to act in his name and in what he did. Those are Islam's heroes, the jihadists. So that's why not all Muslims are human beings first and foremost, except the savages who actually, take Islam seriously and kill innocents. The point is that they're human beings first and foremost. It's a very complex thing here. These are people. They're human beings. They may or may not be devout. The problem is that the evil ideology, the evil religion that is Islam and its true believers, they're the problem. And the idiots try to tell me, like Vicky Verse, that bitch, she said, he kills Muslims. He's so violent. It's like, no, Muslims. He kills jihadists. Why would he kill average Muslims? He wouldn't do that. I don't have Pigman doing that at all. I don't. And I know people think they're harder than me. Why not? Just kill what? Let me mention something here also. A number of years ago, if you recall, guys, in New Zealand, a savage, as savage as any jihadist, goes into a mosque, not into an enemy base, not into a Al-Qaeda base, into a mosque where there are average Muslims who aren't necessarily jihadists, goes there and kills a lot of them, mows them down. And I condemned him as being as savage as any jihadist, and I was condemned. I was called a pussy. I was called every name in a book. I was also insulted by this in this way. People who knew me congratulated me. I'm so glad you said that. I'm like, you didn't think I would? You understand? That's an insult to me. Why the fuck would I support anyone who does that? Ever. Never would. To me, it's the true believers who are the threat, the ideology itself that motivates the true believers. That's the enemy, not the average everyday Muslim. Now, could they support this? And they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And that's why it's a cultural problem. That's why when I get death threats by thousands, it's not jihadists who are sending me those death threats. These are average everyday Muslims. Some might act on it. What we know is this. When you hear comic book creators like the idiot Tom King talk about death threats from comic book fans, Tom, where in the history of comic book fanhood, fandom has any fan ever killed a creator for doing something that pissed them off? But we know one thing, that Muslims absolutely act on these threats. They back it up like no other group. So I don't know, man. It's just I condemned that guy because he was an absolute savage, and everyone should have condemned him, but I was condemned. You're a fucking pussy. You ain't real. You're a pro. You're still Muslim. They even told me you're still Muslim. It's like, wow. Now that's an insult. You're still Muslim. That's definitely an insult. I'm gonna keep reading, guys. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Another backer. Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate it. Guys, understand where I'm coming from here. I'm coming from a place where I know what I have here is considered quote unquote controversial. I know it's a tough sell. I know it. I know all that. I just know it's also good. It's a good comic. Besides everything else, it's a good comic. Well told. Not just I think this. Chuck Dixon thinks it. Jim Shooter had some nice things to say about this as well. The great Jim Shooter. I love Jim Shooter. I know he gets a lot of shit. I love that guy. He's a lifer in comics. I want to see him do new work. I really do. I know he pops up at these conventions. He does these great interviews. He did a 7-hour interview not that long ago. I was like, wow. Ate up every minute of it. He liked it. He called it not politically correct. You've got skills. I love that coming from him. It's awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Much appreciated. I'm going to continue reading. I got to get going at a certain point, but I wanted to be here at least for a nice chunk of the day, and I will be back later tonight about 10, I think maybe 10:30 Eastern. I believe 10:30 Eastern. I'm going to pop in for a bit, but I wanted to be here for a few. This is the process. You have a comic out there. I think you got to do the work. You got to put it in. And someone had a very nice comment earlier about that, about my campaign. I don't know, guys, still how to play this without the right sound. I'm sorry, guys. I should know these things. Believe it or not, this is a big deal for me. Even sharing this thing here, guys. Even sharing this is a big deal for me. Sharing the screen. I don't know. No matter what I was looking for, the videos couldn't tell you the details. I was like, I just figured it out on my own. I was like, okay, I think I got it. It's very strange, very strange, but it's very exciting to do this as well. So thank you very much, guys, very much. I'll put this a little smaller. So I got today, I think in total, I got 6 or 7 backers today. You always want more, but god damn it, every single one counts. Every single one. Okay. Al says, hey Al, 2 books that I would recommend that criticize Islam are Islam Reviewed by M. Ali. I didn't read that one. And God's War on Terror, Islam, Prophecy in the Bible by Walid Shubat. I know Walid. I know him. We've interacted, corresponded. I just don't know those books. Again, there was a certain time where I think I overdid it. I overdosed on my knowledge of Islam. I did. I read dozens and dozens and dozens of books, 30 or 40, I think. And at a certain point, I was like, I think I know enough. I wanted to get in the enemy's head, and I think I did. Because I didn't want to write this half-assed. Unfortunately, Frank Miller did his Holy Terror half-assed. He really did. And in an interview, he says, I don't know squat about Islam. It's like, why not, Frank? Why not? The bastards are going to come try to kill you. At least go all the way. You know, at least go all the way, because they're going to try to kill you even if you go half-assed. Even if you criticize it to any extent, they're going to try to kill you. So be honest about it and tell a hell of a story. He did do that. And still, there are elements in there that I like. I like the fact that, first of all, that he took jihad on to some extent, at least Al-Qaeda. And a few other things in there. But overall, it's a failure. It's a failure of a guy who really did his work. He's a guy who needs to put in the work. He's not a natural talent per se. He's not a drawing dynamo. He's not. He's a guy who has to bust his ass. And when he does, he's great. And he's a storyteller first and foremost to me. He's a storyteller, whether it comes to the writing or the page layouts and telling a story in visual form. He's not necessarily a draftsman, a great draftsman. But it doesn't matter when you can write as well as he does, in a sense where you read Dark Knight Returns. It's an emotional, powerful story. It's great, and it's engaging and entertaining as hell, and all of that. And the art might not be up to snuff in terms of, it's not like, Jose Luis Garcia Lopez, let's say, but it's impactful, and it gets you in the guts. And that's why that kind of art appeals to me, and that's what kind of art I think I try to do. I'm not conscious of those things, like, okay, but I just want to make a real connection with the reader, make it as exciting, and again, it can never be overstated, and make it entertaining. This could have turned into some kind of tract, some kind of religious tract or anti-religious tract. It's like where it becomes like a Steve Ditko having Mr. A punching bad guys in the alleyways and giving them lessons on philosophy. You can't do that. In this life, you must understand that the morality is black. It's like, no, I love Ditko. No, that's not how you do it. You have to integrate everything into a story. Whatever ideas you're doing, you have to integrate them. And the only time you can get explicit with ideas, I think, which is what I've done in Pigman, is on the panels. We get all these talking heads going at it on TV shows that I have, in debates. That's when you can get into explicit, ideological battles, and I love that stuff. I love it. To me, it's as important as a battle on the battlefield. It's as important, and ultimately, it's more important in this sense, where if the truth about Islam and jihad were to break out in a dramatic way, it's inevitable that truth will be acted on, and this threat will be over. That's what it will need. No matter how good our soldiers are, if those sending them to war don't send them equipped, don't send them informed, it doesn't matter how great they are. They can't unleash hell on his enemies. They can't. And that's why, for me, after Bush pulled that shit, after all I heard, I'm like, okay, I'm just a cartoonist, but I'm going to try to see what it would be like to take the war into my own hands and how that would look in a superhero comic book. And that's where Pigman, came in. Pigskin leather. Again, guys, I'll repeat it till I die. He wears pigskin leather in order to exploit the Islamic enemy's bigotry. It's fun. It's a good pun, and it fits perfectly. I love it. I love it. All right, guys, I can read a few more here. Dwight says, hi, Dale, big fan of your work. Absolutely. So great. Richard says the Abraham and Isaac story was changed in around 1300 AD to Abraham sacrificing Ishmael instead of Isaac. Randall says, I still love the Kong face. Randall, are you referring to my zombie King Kong? If so, thank you. John says, I just want to say thank you, Bosh. I've really enjoyed your streams over the past few months. It's been a real pleasure getting to know you and your art. You're very kind, John. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Truly. It's very kind. Diana says, Wally Shubat is so thorough and in-depth in his knowledge of Islam. Yep. Dennis, stretch goal for the flip book, huh? Interesting. Interesting, guys. It's something to think about, definitely. I'm going back and forth on it. Maybe I'll just amp it up, say, okay, if it hits 20,000 guys, and this is the way it is, right? If I say 20,000, then all of you will get this flip book, right? That's the way it goes. To give people incentive to come in, to reward those who already came in prior to that for even getting in early on and so on. Yeah, I think it's cool. Stretch goals are good, Randall says, yeah. Dale says, I remember that smell. I'm not sure. I lost the context here. But let me keep going, guys. I got to get going myself, so I'm going to read this. My sketchbook 340 says, Muhammad's wife didn't listen to him because she was too busy being a 7 years old. My God, it's true. Aisha was, I got a trading card with Aisha with her little doll with Muhammad holding hands, and I show his ring on a big thing and hers tiny within it. This is Islamic history according to Muslims, not according to haters in the West who want to diminish Islam. This is according to Islam. They just officially changed the marriage age in Iraq as well to 9 years old for girls to marry men. Do you understand? Sanctioning pedophilia. That's what the religion does. It's not the dark form of religion. It's not the alleged radical form. It's Islam as such. Ravine Reckoning says, cool cars. Thank you. Torchbearer Sue says, the cars show up clear on camera. Excellent. Thank you. I was seeing a little blur myself, but I'm glad you guys were able to see it. John says, some stretch goals that I've liked best personally are improvements to the overall print quality of the book. Okay, I see. Extra story pages and extra little freebies like printer cards. Okay, I see. That will be something. Definitely. I always have pretty good paper. If you guys got the Infidel featuring Pigman, the older series that I had, which you guys cleaned me out, by the way. As soon as I joined, I've always been in the background, guys, lurking. I was 2017, commenting on your boy Zach's, videos and stuff, and I've always been making comics, so I've always been part of it. It's just I never, made it official. It was never part of that, crowdfunding. I had no idea. I didn't know anything about it. I knew of it. I just didn't know. I was like, well, my way has been working pretty well, but I like this though. I'm asking you guys for help to say, okay, guys, here's my idea. Here's what I'm doing. Can you guys help me out to get it done? And eventually you'll get it. It'll take a little while, a few months at least, but it'll get done. You guys will have something solid, something that is as good as I can make it. And again, I write, pencil, ink, letter, color, publish, and ship out. I do everything. I love it. I love the whole process. Every part of it is awesome. Every part of it is a storytelling time, meaning even in the lettering, you can enhance a story by that, by the way you letter it, by the where you place lettering. Don't get in the way of certain things. The coloring, of course, you can change the mood of the scene, of the panel itself. Make everyone in red, like red-faced. I did that, I think, in the first issue here. Here's a little example here, guys. Here, make that red. It's a body dropping from the towers. A body dropping from the towers. Excuse me. I think you can see it now, yeah. And I remember reading the accounts of those on the ground and them saying that those who basically decided that they're going to drop instead of burn to death. And I was enraged when I saw fuckers trying to say that they committed suicide, and that's bad. That these people who were going to burn to death decided, I'm going to jump from the towers instead. That the ones on the ground were screaming and they weren't screaming. We scream, they don't. And this is Frank Warner, Pigman, shaken to his core, watching the horror. Probably the worst horror of that day, the worst visual of that day. These people who had no choice whatsoever but to jump because they didn't want to get burned to death because there was nowhere else to go. They didn't commit suicide, you dummies. There was nowhere else to go. And he takes this and he takes it all the way. And I'm going to show you guys. It's okay. I'm gonna show you guys. He takes that moment all the way to this cliff. I'm going to show you guys. You're here. You'll see it. You want to call it giving away too much? That's fine. He took that all the way to this cliff, where it's the same place that the towers were. And he screams and screams and screams. So from we scream, they don't. From we scream, they don't, to he screams and screams and screams. Yeah. Excuse me. All right, guys. I'm going to read some more here. My sketchbook 340. How long will your campaign be up? A few months. I didn't want to give a rock solid date because I have another project I'm working on. It's a big 350-page graphic novel adaptation. And I'm doing this as well. So I want to give myself a little more time. And also, since it's my first campaign, I'm not going to do a rush. I'm going to step back, campaign for it every day, try to get your interest. And my shipping is late July. Late July. Could be before, but as of right now, it's late July. I just want to have it for a few months at least, and then fulfill it and get those prints in and get the first things to go out will be the digital versions, clearly, because when I'm done with the actual the remastering. And again, this is issue 1 and 2 of the original series in one issue called Pigman #1. Now it was always called The Infidel featuring Pigman. This is now called Pigman, just Pigman, plain. Clear. I prefer that, actually. I think I was trying to get a little too. I was trying to convey that it's 2 stories in one. Once the people read it, they'll read it. So that's a fault on my end. But I think Pigman is just clear. But again, I love the fact that people don't. Sometimes they get a little surprised that it's richer and deeper than they thought, because it's about twin brothers, Muslim background, born again Muslim, recovered Muslim, and going at it. And then the echo of that is the super war between Pigman and Super Jihad. And it goes back between both worlds. And both worlds they do in a lot of ways start to mimic each other. There's certain things that happen there that reflect, not in exact ways, but, there's some heavy stuff that happens to the characters. Where, as far as the reader knows, it's over. The bad guys won, and that's that. So Richard Gradwell says, I want to know what happens after the cliffhanger. Me too. It's out there. I want you guys to know, and I just, it's going to be interesting, guys. I have this scenario where it's like, I left it off where it's over. That's it. And I have issue 4, which would have been issue 4. I have the script for that, but with this new thing, it'll be an expanded issue, so it'll be different than what it would have been. Because by the time issue 3 comes and this new revival, it'll be all new material at that point. So whichever way I was going to go, the details are there, the general story is there, the ending is there. I know, but some things will absolutely change, because the third issue the 4th issue will not be the 3rd one, but the 3rd one will be twice as big as it would have been. So there's a lot that goes on there, guys. So yeah, it's the general idea is there. The things are all settled, but details will change. And I hope that they're going to be better than anything I thought of before, because you can always want to make it better. Always. Okay, so Hamilton says, my advice, for what it's worth, is to keep some things for stretch goals for subsequent issues. Give people reason to keep supporting future issues as well. Okay, so you're basically saying that stretch goals for subsequent issues. You think keep it in there, and for this, keep it simple and just add maybe the, according to you, Hamilton, add the flip book onto this as itself. I assume that's what you're saying. And it might be as much as the comic itself, $25, guys. It might be a lot, but the printing costs are what they are. I got a little taste of what it might be. So it's 4x4, 70 pages, full color. If you guys are cool with that, awesome. I will say this is you'll have something that no one else will have, except those who get it. Nothing else like it. Alice says, I agree, Diana. Shubat is a former Muslim. YouTube has some videos of Shubat speaking out on Islam, and there's a DVD set as well. Great stuff. Ravine is laughing about something. Lots of context there, so guys. Brandon says, I'm a Christian who supports you. Thank you very much, Brandon. Appreciate it. I do have a number of Christians who support me. Jews as well. Muslims, not one. Even though I got family who doesn't want to kill me, I don't think so. Well, some do, yeah. Some family members no doubt do, or would like to see me dead, at least. Dennis, my man. Thank you, Dennis. I'm going to change the color, actually. I probably didn't work that out well, but I think that's fine for now. Thanks, Dennis. So Dennis Rodriguez writes 249 from Dennis Rodriguez. Hail CG, how long will you run the campaign, Bosch? Thanks for asking. I just answered it before. Again, a few months at least. I'll feel my way around this crowdfunding space. What I did before was I just I put stuff on my website. I sent to my mass email. I sent everything I could on social media, whatever I could. Orders. Well, not orders. I sent links and people, whatever they ordered, then I based my print run on that. I didn't, print a lot more than I needed, unlike some people, which is really stupid. It's just dumb. It's you truly. Now, if I get a certain amount, I always want to order more. Clearly, you want some backup just in case, for sure. But a few months, Dennis. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. Appreciate it. It's so cool. I'm able to get super chats now, which took a while. I mean, I've been doing this now for 6-7 months, I think, streaming, and it's been enjoyable. It's been very enjoyable. So thanks, Dennis. A few months at least, and then I think by the end of July is when I'm going to get it all together and get it out. And I'll be working again concurrently with something else, this and something else that I'm working on, back and forth. And it's awesome because it's busy as hell. It's like you can't get enough work sometimes. Sometimes you're out of work, but you can't get enough work sometimes. It's like, wow, this is awesome. Randall says, so thanks again, Dennis. Appreciate it. Randall says, a threat is a crime. Used to be called menacing, but most areas turn their verbiage to terrorism. Yeah, a threat is a crime. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill your loved one. I'm going to whatever. I'm going to beat this shit out of you. I'm coming there right now. That's incitement to violence. That's a threat. Richard says, threats are not protected speech. They are illegal. Absolutely. I'm glad most of you guys get this. Dwight says threat equals assault. Yeah. It's, there's a reason why no one has complained about me threatening them. I never have. I know it crosses the line. I'm a free speech absolutist. I will never, ever say that. I'm going to fucking kid. No, I don't do that. I understand what is speech and what is not. And you guys do too. It's awesome. Thanks, guys. Oof, Joe Schmo, here he comes again. But let's see. I'll let you say what you want here, Joe. Crazy Cat says, incitements to violence are illegal. Joe Schmo says, you're proving my point by giving examples of threats. That's what they all say. You are saying threats, but it's free speech because you aren't actually threatening someone. Very stupid, Joe. Very stupid. So stupid that I might have to knock you off of here just to give you a little time to think about it. I'll let you back in a certain while, but oof, you're wasting my time here. At least if you're going to argue, give me some meat. Give me something good, okay? That sucked. That was the worst one yet. Ballers. Yep. I was on Ballers. It was fun, and I was exhausted, guys. Sorry, man. It's supposed to be an exciting show and all. Then I was like, whoa. It's just try to shake it up. Yawning. It sucks. Ugh. Yawning. Even if you say yawn, you start yawning, probably I made someone yawn out there too as well. Randall says, it's not a threat because no reasonable person would take the giant novelty scissors seriously. Right. The Clipperverse. Dark Shadow Logan says, hail Dale indeed. Diana said, not only did Bosch make stickers of Pigman and our badass president, but the Trump fight print is available in a print. Yeah. So glad I made these purchases. Yeah, let me show you guys. 1 second. Thanks, Diana. Thanks for mentioning it. I do have, let me show you. Let me get on a different thing here, and let me show you guys this. This was done in 2020. I drew this 2020 for an article by David Horowitz that Rush Limbaugh read on the air not long before he passed. I mean, he passed, I think, a few months later. This is after the election, and it was called Fighting Words. And he said, David said, whatever, draw whatever you think. And this is what I came up with. And this is, again, five years ago now. Well, 2020 late after the election. So, not exactly 5 years, but 2020. And then July 13th of 2024, when he got shot, I posted it with no words. I just posted it, and it got, it ran wild. People were really, really sharing it. And I think Ethan even shared it and quote posted it, said based. And it's a very strong image. And it just, I thought of this years ago because he's been defiant against this enemy, no matter what they throw at him. And it just got worse and worse and worse until they finally took a shot at him, and a second possible shot. And it's goddamn heroic. It really, really is. It's just heroic as hell to see a guy who is technically a politician. We know he's not necessarily, but technically he is a politician. Take the bullet and say, and tell the guys, tell his security, wait. Let the audience know, people who came to see him, fight. It's awesome. Thanks, Dana, for mentioning it. I have this. You guys can get it at my store, boschwalls.com. I have blog, store, and I guess main page. So you guys can order this as well if you're interested. Thank you. And Joe comes back with, okay, let's see. Let's see what Joe says here. That last one was terrible, Joe. You're starting to bore me, but let's see. Let's see what you got. Joe says, if you think that what Riley is doing is fine, then you agree with my position. Riley literally said he would commit actual crimes. He is fine to do this because it's free speech. Dummy. Joe. Dummy. He's a persona. It's an act. It's like a wrestler. He wears a cape. There's no record of him doing anything. I think you got to go now, Joe. I mean, you're starting to bore me here. You're trying to say that Riley was seen as an actual threat. Is this every July here, Joe? Is this every July? That's terrible. Wow, that sucked. Anyway, my sketchbook 340, Muslim superheroes. Yep, exactly. And that's why I showed you all day, actually. I showed a contrast between Marvel's Muslim superhero and reality's Muslim superhero. Islam superhero is Super Jihad in my comic. He acts on behalf of Islam. He's a terrorist, a super terrorist. That's what he is. He's not going out there and bringing cats from trees and saving old ladies. No, he's a terrorist. That's the natural progression of what a jihadist, what a devout Muslim would do if he had superpowers. He would act on behalf of Islam to push Islam. That's what he would do. So when they got Marvel's Muslim superhero, what is she? She's a Muslim in name only. She's a New Jersey girl. And they slap on the idea that she's just a fine person and it's because of Islam that she's good. No, she's just a New Jersey girl who they call Muslim. Crazy Cat says to Joe Schmuck, he says, Riley was cleared of all crimes by the state of Texas. You can't threaten real violence and be protected. Riley was doing comedy. Anyone not disingenuous knows that. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. It's an act. It's a funny act. It's he's protesting. We all have the right to protest. He's doing it in his own entertaining way. He's protesting Eric July. And Eric July, being the pussy that he is, and also being the pro-state hack that he is, who pretends he's an anarchist, called the cops. For what? What was Riley doing? Making him look bad somehow? I mean, come out there. What is stupid? He come out there and say, all right, Riley, what do you got? Let's talk this out. Let's have some fun here. Come inside. Something like that. You know, it's funny. It's not some Muslim who has a history of violence. It's a guy on YouTube, Riley. It's not a guy who has, I mean, Joe Schmo or Eric, or is there any record of him being a violent guy? Does he have a history of violence? No. Why? Because we would have known that. That's why. John says, the original version of Pigman was excellent. I had very high expectations and was still surprised by his depth of storytelling. 10 out of 10. Thank you very much, John. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just, I'm trying to, you know, again, this is a tough story to, I think Daniel Greenfield wrote in his article where, you know, it's tough to pull it off, all these things, and yet Fawson does it. And again, it's due to the fact that I busted my ass. I studied Islam as my life depended on. I had a Bible, Pigman Bible of about 1,000 pages, and I went over and over and over and said, okay, I can integrate that into this and try to make it as seamless as possible without hitting the reader over the head. Engage them, make it interesting, make it funny. There's some funny stuff in there, some very natural, I think, organic humor in there as well with Pigman and what he says and does. And even about this, one small example here, I think it's funny at least. 1 second, guys. He's talking to his Muslim friend, Ahmed, Killian. I read this the old day, but let me read it again. It's just a funny way to put it, I think. He's talking to him about this, and he goes, his friend's trying to talk him out of working on Pigman. He's like, I don't think you're suicidal, but your work really gives me pause. He goes, oh, so you do understand Islam. He goes, this is serious, Killian. He goes, deadly serious. Apparently, if you can't stand Pigman, imagine what true Muslims feel. He goes, I am a true Muslim. He goes, really? He goes, you do know that behind Islam's hatred of women is a love of men, which makes Islam pretty gay. He goes, Killian, what am I supposed to say to something like that? He goes, nothing. You're supposed to do something about it, like any true Muslim would. He goes, okay. Then how do you think true Muslims would respond to your work? He goes, they'd kill me if they could. Then why do you do it? He goes, because I love it. I love seeing this enemy get what it deserves at the hands of a ruthless hero. And since they kill me for no reason anyway, why not give them a good one? He's being a little facetious. He's being a little funny, but there's some truth to that. He goes, what about Salam? He goes, what about him? His twin brother. He goes, if he finds out about Pigman, and he whispers it, even he's a passive, moderate Muslim, quote unquote, even he's like disgusted by the idea of pig. He's like, if he finds out about Pigman, he might feel compelled to do something about it. He goes, compelled by what? To do what? Meaning, compelled by what? By Islam. But he wants his friend to admit that. He wants his friend to admit that truth. That's all. Okay. Thanks again, John. Appreciate it. You've been a great supporter of this. Thank you. Joe Schmo says to Crazy Cat, sounds like you agree with me that the speech is separate from the intent of the speech. Okay. You're one of those guys like that dummy. What's his name? Dilbert guy. Scott Adams. I don't like Scott Adams at all. I know you guys here might like him and all that. I can't stand him. I think he's a blowhard. He was pathetic about COVID and about the vaccine. Absolutely pathetic, pushing it on people and calling us stupid if we were whatever. And then on top of that, he stupidly takes this wobbly, not exactly legitimate poll, talks about blacks and violence, right? And he makes a video and says, hey, man, I don't want blacks anywhere near me. He took it as the given that that poll was actually 100% true and threw it out there. Now, that's free speech, Joe. It is. But there's a consequence in a sense where I could call him an idiot for it. He says, like, basically, get away from blacks. No one hang around blacks. That's a racist thing to say. And of course, he comes back and says, well, it's not racist because this. And I didn't really say that. I didn't say what I said. And that's what Joe is here saying. Sounds like you agree with me. Oh, okay. He goes, you all agree with me. I think that's what Scott Adams was saying. I was in a movie with him, by the way. It was a free speech movie. I was in the part, and then he came right after. It was Mike Cernovich made a movie about free speech, and I shot my section there at one place, and they put it in there. It was really cool to be part of. And then another movie I was in as well on a free speech, but he was in there. We were back to back on the video. I'm put off by him. I don't like him. First of all, I don't like Dilbert also. I also said, hey, Mr. Free Speech. He calls himself Mr. Free Speech. I'm like, hey, he really talks up. I drew Dilbert as Muhammad. I said, where's your Dilbert Muhammad? Where's your Muhammad Dilbert cartoon? You know what? I'll draw it for you because you can't. You don't have the nerve to do that, Mr. Free Speech. Give me a break. Never talk up that you're a free speech cartoonist and don't draw Muhammad. I will call you out as the asshole that you are, because that's what you are. You're all for free speech. You're going to talk it up, everything, and let cartoonists get slaughtered in the name of free speech and not draw in defiance, at least. No, don't talk it up if you're not going to back it up. Don't do that. Don't tell me je suis Charlie if you're not actually draw Muhammad. Don't have a teacher say, I am Charlie Hebdo if you're not going to draw Muhammad. Don't do that. I'm Charlie Hebdo with a pen in the air. Hell no. Stupid. Crazy Cat says to Joe, he goes, you are just factually wrong. Threats of real violence is a crime that can be prosecuted. They are all the time. They are all the time. You're just lying. 100%, Crazy Cat. I got to say, I love the fact that 99% of the chat here understands the issue here. I love it because I got to say, I get in these arguments sometimes and it's me against 10 for most things. It's just like, what are you going to do? That's the situation I take and I corner myself and I end up taking them all out ultimately, but still, when they're dead wrong, and they will gas each other up and see, you got him. It's like, nah, you guys are as wrong from the opening as you were at the end. Crazy Cat says threats of violence are not protected speech. You're just factually wrong. 100%. Reynolds, a credible threat is not the same thing as a joke. Absolutely right. Muslim says because the fact that there's a history of Muslims killing people over Muhammad cartoons, when they threaten you over Muhammad cartoons, that's a goddamn credible threat. When a guy who has a YouTube channel, who wears a yellow cape, who puts on this persona of a wrestler with the big clippers, clip-a-verse, it's funny. That's not a legitimate threat. That's a lie. That's someone trying to take something seriously that isn't serious. Going out of his way to do that. I think I'm done reading from your stuff, Joe. You really stunk it up the last few. Really bad argument, man. God damn it, terrible. Since you didn't deny that you're a libertarian, I think you are. You're one of those really stupid libertarians who anything goes, bro. No, not anything goes, bro. Laissez-faire, Crazy Cat says to the punk, you're a disingenuous retard if you're trying to compare jihadist threats to what Riley was doing, and you know you're being disingenuous. Yeah, that's why he's sticking it up with being. He's not being honest. He's being disingenuous. That's why it's like, all right, I can handle some people who are dead wrong and stuff, but he knows this is wrong. My sketchbook 340 says valid threats of violence and or harm is not covered under the First Amendment. See Virginia v. Black 2003. If the threat is valid, then it's not protected. Yep. Dwight says I have to run. My friend can't wait to get my copy of Pigman #1. Thank you very much, Dwight. Much appreciated. Take care and be well. Thanks, man. Thanks for being here. Yeah, Joe, you're out, man. You bored me, and now you're saying things that you know not to be true. You know not to be true, and that's why you're out. You can still be here, and guys want to go back and forth with you. But if I see an outright naked lie, really stupid one, you're out. Terrible. And if you threaten me, you're out. Threaten me. Hey Joe, threaten me right now. It's free speech, right? Go for it. Threaten me. You're taking that side? Go for it. It's just speech, man. Don't worry about it. Dennis says people also laugh when Yuri Bezmenov warned the USA. That's right. They always do until it really hits. Well, you should take him seriously regardless, but especially for Muslims. Muslims are more prone than others who actually back up their threats. That's a fact. We know that. You guys doing a good case against him, but I'm just tired of this guy. He's very annoying. Richard, Indonesia has the biggest Muslim population in the world, I believe. Yes, it does. And then there's Albania, then there's Turkey, and these are not Arabs. It's the idea, the Arabization of this whole thing is really, it's stupid. It goes about race. I just don't get it. DJ Chi says, I ride with Bosch. My man, thanks. Prophet Muhammad, oh shit, here we go. A threat. I would wet myself if I drew Muhammad without hiding my identity. It's hilarious. Thanks, Dale. Allahu Akbar. Boom. There's another one where it says Allahu Akbar. There's you'll see at a certain point, issue 3. Allahu Akbar. There's a reason why. Ravine, there. I backed the digital for now. I will get the physical in a couple weeks. Thanks a lot, Ravine. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. I'm going to refresh this as well. Thank you very much. Very, very cool. Thank you so much. That's awesome. That's awesome, guys. 3 backers today alone. That's awesome. Thank you very much, Ravine. Okay, another one here. DJ Chi, super chat. Thank you, DJ. For artistic and creatives, I've freedom. I'm sorry. Maybe for artistic and creatives, freedom. For maybe artistic and creative freedom. I believe that's what you meant. Let me know though. But thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. I appreciate all super chats. But again, if you guys want to spend anything on here, I would rather you back my comic, Pigman #1, if there's a choice. But I do know this also. Like some person just gave a hefty contribution last night to this thing. She didn't order anything. It's very nice of her. Very nice. And maybe some people already have it. Some people don't really care for comics. Who knows? But they want to support my work. You guys can do that as well. You can contribute here. You can contribute Patreon if you guys want to do that as well. Any which way. So thank you guys. Thanks, Ravine. You knocked it to 175. That is awesome. Very, very cool. Thank you very much, guys. I'm going to put this a little smaller here. And thanks, DJ Chi. Thank you very much. I appreciate all super chats, believe me, but what I'm saying is if there's a choice in order between the two, I'd rather you guys back my comic. If you're going to spend something, you say, okay, if it's that or that. And, you can even, if not just a comic, you can get something cheaper like the card here. It's a $10. I think it's the cheapest thing on here. $15 for the digital one. But you get this submission impossible. He will never submit. Never, never, never submit. I took that line from Churchill. Never, 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 never give up. Pigman is like never, 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 never submit. And there's a big moment where he repeats that in his head, and he's trying to psych himself up because he's fading at a certain point. He gets overwhelmed. Let's just say that. So thanks again, DJ Chi. Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Very, very cool. Yeah, I'm even going to skip some of the guys. Thanks, Dale. Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. I try to do this. Again, I'm getting the hang of this. I hope it's as entertaining for the viewers as if for me to go back and forth with you guys, show my stuff, and talk about all this stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Thanks, Torchburst Studios. Thank you. My sketchbook 340 says charged with such things. He was charged. Okay, yeah. So this guy's trying to make it. I think you're out of here, Joe. you're bringing nothing, you're bringing a lot of bullshit, and appeal to authority. The Supreme Court made some fucked up cases too, guys. You know, and they're not fallible, and especially when they're packed with leftists. I mean, forget about it. It's a communist court at that point. John says, "Well, we're all thinking it's really great to see you here, Dale. Hope you are having a wonderful day. It's just so cool to have Dale Keown here. I mean, that's just awesome. It's an honor, Dale. Truly, wow, that is awesome. I remember getting your stuff, man. Just absolutely loving it. And it was the final part of that one thing where I think Jeff Purves finished. He did 3 issues. Walt Thompson was doing the covers, and I believe you came in for the final issue with Maurice Severin inking you. And I loved it. I was like, holy shit, this is like John Byrne, Jack Kirby going on here. But of course, it's your own style ultimately. But that's what came to mind at first, and then it got better and better and better. I mean, because you had the really emaciated version of the Hulk in that issue, and then you drew the different ones, the Gray Hulk and the Savage Hulk, and then ultimately that one that came out of that entire mix, which I think Peter David admitted at one point that it wasn't necessarily the integrated form of Peter and all of Bruce Banner and all those characters. It was a new form of the Hulk, if I remember correctly. It was very interesting, man. Those days were very interesting. The Hulk was like, it was great, just a great read, a must read. The story was good, and the drawing was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. You were killing it on the book. My sketchbook 340 says, I don't argue that valid threats are protected. I argue that there is a standard for what makes a valid threat, and the standard requires intent. I can read some of your comments in response, guys. Yours are much better here. So stop trying to bog down the chat with your silliness. Everyone knows. Yeah. Let me just give some. Oh, again, I don't mind the free speech, but this episode right here is not necessarily about free speech. It's about cancel culture. It's about my comic book itself. And I love the issue of free speech, but God damn it, Joe, if you're going to bring it, you better bring it really strong, or else it sucks. It's like, damn, that argument sucked. I just gotta say, Crazy Cat has to put him in his place again. Incitement to violence is a crime, you moron. Yes, it is, you dummy. Anyway, I'm gonna skip some, guys. Apologize. I won't skip any super chats, so don't worry. My sketchbook 340 said the people threatening Bosch are jihadists and are motivated by jihadist ideology. Their threats are valid. That's how it's relevant. Read between lines. Reynolds said that's the dumbest take yet. I'm glad I didn't read it. I'm going to skip his ass also. Terrible. Even if Joe had an argument, he's not selling it well. Even if he did, Joe. Brandon Estevez says, glad to be one of the 5. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, the 5 backers today. Always appreciate the hell out of it, guys. Always do. Thank you very much, man. And again, guys, if you're on the fence, talk to me. Let me know why you're on the fence. If it's for any other reason besides that you can't afford it, I get it. I get it. Times are tough. But any other reason, let me know. Ask me. You might not think it's for you. I think it's for anyone who lives in a world where jihad is a threat it's a global jihad against everyone. It doesn't need to come to our doorstep for us to appreciate the severity of it. I mean, I hate when people only respond to it when it gets to their doorstep. It's like, guys, goes on every single week. Last week, 331 people were slaughtered in the name of Islam. Last week alone. The religionofpeace.com, check it out. It's terrible. This is the norm, though. The global jihad. It goes on and on and on. 300,000 human beings since 9/11 have been murdered in the name of Islam. 300,000, over 300,000. Unacceptable. Jihad should have been ended after 9/11. Because if they could do that with planes, imagine what they'll do in nukes, meaning they'll detonate it. These savages are so savage that they use planes, they turn planes into missiles because they're incompetent warriors. They're wannabe warriors, they're not warriors, but the point is that warriors don't target innocents and rape them and kill them. They don't do that. But the point is, they can't even fight war. That's how incompetent they are. They have to steal planes and fly them into buildings to turn into missiles. It's pathetic. The weakest enemy in history in terms of machinery, in terms of technology, in terms of weaponry. Weakest. They have the will to kill, but we could, end this threat pretty decisively if we wanted to. All right, guys, I'm going to keep reading some stuff here, but I'm going to skip some of this. I don't mind debate, Joe, but you got to come stronger, man. You got to come stronger. I'm not going to ban you if you don't, get too out of line, but I will ignore some stuff. I just will. It gets a little boring after time. The chat's pretty fed up with you, also, man. It's not that we're a mob in here. No, we're all for free speech. I mean, everyone who supports me here understands the issue of free speech. They get it. You put your life on the line when you draw Muhammad. You put your life on the line when you take on Islam in any capacity. That's just the way it is. Art says that's crossing a line. I would never send Joe Schmo a picture of his wife's boyfriend. That's funny. I'm going to keep going, guys. I'm just going to... JB says these are fragile people. That's crazy. About the jihadists, JB? Dennis, the war paint one. Yes, thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, it's the most popular cover in this campaign, and I get it. I understand. It's strong. I mean, it's something that I really loved how it came out. I spent a while on it. It was pure black and white. Then I just put layers of smoke and flame and fire and color and pigskin leather and that rust color and splash of blood, which I used with my brush ink on paper. I scanned it, put it on there, turn it red, so it looks like blood. But I guess I'm not a method artist, right? Or else I would have taken my own blood and put it on there. I'm a hack. I don't go all the way. Why not? What the hell? Yeah. So again, guys, you guys can also, for a good amount of money, it's $1,000, but it's a Pigman commission. And someone mentioned before, maybe have like someone actually said that they're going to ask for one that's something along the lines of the old Captain America #1 punching Hitler, whereas Pigman punching Muhammad in this one. And I do have that on my website, actually. Let me show you quick. It's a card. It's a trading card. What's going on here? Okay. This is my website, guys. You can find all my stuff here. I just wanted to show you the blog is here. My Pigman #1 crowdfund campaign, a linked review of the Infidel featuring Pigman by Daniel Greenfield. The best review I've ever got for anything I've ever done, ever. I was blown away by it. Very honored to have it. Here's a cover and a 5-page preview. My Draw Muhammad Challenge, which is the most comprehensive article I think I've ever written on free speech. And then my name is Bosch and I'm a recovered Muslim. Basically, it's everything I've wanted to say about Islam and jihad in an essay. I got only 4 left, guys, of peaceful death threats. These are the quote-unquote best death threats I've ever gotten, published alongside my Muhammad cartoons. I have this Trump sticker. I have the Pigman war paint sticker as well. Out of print, unless there's demand, propaganda as the first print appearance of Pigman outside of the ad sheet that I had at San Diego Comic-Con 2005. This was a cover of Charlie Hebdo, but I added the blood after the fact. This is what I was going to get to. This is my Pigman trading card #3. Pigman punching out Muhammad. And it's called Faustin cards. And I didn't put the most rarest trading cards in history. I didn't put that in there because that's reserved for the Muhammad cards. But this is reminiscent of Captain America punching Hitler, and it's the same position Hitler was in. He was like getting knocked down, and Captain America was putting his full body into it. It's fun stuff, man. This was Peaceful Death Threats 2, Volume 2, where he has a 2, and a peace sign. Of course, he has a wife beater shirt, of course. And he's also praising my book, Bosch Fawston's best book yet. Fawston Akbar, you know. Muhammad seems to like it. It's interesting. I wouldn't have thought that. Pigman index card. This is sold out. Islam Bitch is also out of print now, which is my book on Islamophiles, those non-Muslims who can't get enough of Islam, who blow Islam every chance they get, and who I called out. I said, okay, why aren't you Muslim? It's so great. Why aren't you Muslim? What are you, Islamophobe? As a joke. And I even have Muhammad on the back dressed in full 1970s pimp regalia. And he's like, hey, Islam bitches, why aren't you Muslim? You know, you love it so much. What's going on here? This was Ripple Muhammad. I can make another one, guys. Someone bought that. Ripple Muhammad. This is my the signature image of my first graphic novel, Table for One. It's within a story at a certain point. He's walking through the crowd and he's not having that great a night, and people are really pissing him off. He's like, I walk into a crowded room, not a soul in sight. That's how I felt sometimes as well. The more people there are, the less individuality, the less one-on-one, the less truth coming out. Everyone's trying to play up in front of everyone and so on. And that's the attitude he had here. So I said that twice in the book. He's the waiter's on the roof. He's a writer on the other side. He's on a roof. He's on a roof writing it down on paper, and then he says it to himself later. It's like me. I had Pigman say they came to kill us and we'll die for it, right? About the jihadists. And after the two jihadists who came to kill us got their heads blown off, I tweeted out at the time, they came to kill us and died for it. Justice. So I took, Frank's line. And here William takes his own line. Here's the war-torn Trump poster. This was funny. Remember the typo that Trump tweeted, Kofif, and people were trying to make a mystery of it. It was a big mystery. So I said, okay. So I have him saying it in his scary letters, and Muhammad knows what it means, though, and he's scared shit about it. So I have this available as well, guys. I have this New York City at Sunset print. I have this, which I really like the way it came out. It's a Rutger Hauer at the end of Blade Runner, a really stylized version. That doesn't necessarily look like him, but it's just that whole spirit of it. It's pretty powerful stuff. The imagery there was beautiful. What he was saying, the way it was shot, Rutger Hauer, the way he looked, everything about it, pretty awesome. I did that after he died. This is another Muhammad trading card. You're running from Pigman. He's scared shit. That's the one that I showed you earlier. Take that, Fawston. I drew you and me, dummy. He's like, oh, shit. Volume 1, I still have about 15 of those. I have 15 of these. I still have digital copies of Table 1 if you're interested. I sold out of the print, and I put it on my as a reward in my campaign. I hope I get enough where I can make it. This was my original Muhammad original art drawing. I did this on YouTube after the Commissioner of Police in the UK said that he's going to extradite Americans. He's going to extradite Americans if we say things out of line that they don't like. So I said, yeah, all right, fucker. I drew him as Muhammad Hitler, and then I drew Muhammad later on. It was a recorded thing, so it wasn't a live stream. It was a recorded thing, but I was just pissed off at this idea that these savages in our government want to, take out our free speech and threaten us with it, threaten us using it. This was a Tank Man. Remember the Tiananmen Square, the powerful moment where the guy got in front of the tank, and it's just a different angle. I wanted to show him in a more heroic way, because usually you've seen it's the little bit thing with the tank, and I just wanted to show him as this heroic figure with a tank on him. This is another thing I did not long after the attack on Trump. This is my take on National Socialists. Hitler was a socialist. He was not a right-winger. He was not a Christian. He was not a capitalist. That's a lie by the left. The left is a hot potato for them. He's like, fuck. He's a National Socialist. Let's call him Nazi. Never call him socialist. That he was. Let's just call it Nazi, okay? Well, I don't do that. And I'm going to call them communazis. And my point here is this: not Nazism, quote unquote, National Socialism, socialism, communism, fascism, same shitism. Same shitism. All leftist, collectivist, totalitarian, anti freedom, anti capitalist ideologies. National Socialists, Nazis, quote unquote, were communists. Sorry, National Socialists, quote unquote, Nazis versus communists, because we always hear from the left, oh, Nazis hated communists. They were mortal enemies. No, they weren't. They were butt boys for a while. What happened was he was like, you know what? I want to rule this shit. I want to be the real deal here. You guys are fucking pussies when it comes to spreading socialism. So that's what it is. It's the Shiites and the Sunni Muslim thing where each side thinks that they're the true Muslims and they will murder each other over it. So keep in mind, guys, if you never thought about that, I think it's a damn good way of putting it. If I do say so myself, because enough people have told me so. National Socialists versus communists is akin to Sunnis versus Shiites. Same base, but each offshoot gang sees themselves as true believers. So I have fun with this. Leftists lose their fucking shit. And they usually try to laugh things off. They don't laugh this off. They get so pissed off at me, and I love it because they're lying rats, but they know the truth and they feel the truth more than anything else. It hits them upside the head so hard that they don't know what to do. So they are communazis. It's the same shit. These guys are mass murderers. Both of these rats, Stalin, Hitler. And the only difference is that his mustache is cut short. Oh, his mustache is not as long, yeah. It's a drawing I did of Howard Rourke at the 75th anniversary of the Fountainhead. I drew a number, probably 20 different drawings of Howard Rourke. And then I just decided to sell this just as a through the storm print, that's all. So you might you know it now, but it's not necessarily going to be how it work. I don't get to sell that and make a profit off it. But I did do it as an original art drawing that someone bought. So I made it as a print, nondescript. It's just some guy walking through New York City through the storm with a lot on his mind. It's a Pigman trading card, another one. And I was thinking of Alex Toth with the Space Ghost pose. If you guys remember that really heroic image that he made of Space Ghost, that's what I was thinking of. This is the first Pigman one. First Pigman card. He looks like he's about to blow up. This is funny. It's the Muhammad Photobomb cartoon offer. It's 8x10, original black and white drawing of you and Muhammad, and where he photobombs you. I think it's fun. I sold a number of these. If you guys are interested, let me know. And it's cheaper than most of my original art. $175, 8x10. You just send me a picture. I make a cartoon drawing of you with Muhammad doing whatever. Here he's putting on lipstick there. Here's with the sword. Here he's putting his tongue out behind me. This one with the bomb turban there. It's fun. Here he's warning you, don't you dare buy this card. It's fun. This one, I just sold one of these actually overseas the old day. Drop the weapon, The weapon is his ideas, his pen, his wet pen, his brush, his ideas, basically. And I remember I had some military guys who trashed me. Look at the fucking guns. What the fuck, man? I'm like, I don't know. I just created them. I thought it was fun. What the fuck? That's not a real gun. I was like, okay. It is a cartoon. They rocked me. It was hilarious. It's Israel versus the world. This was after October 7th. I don't know how long after, but I got so sick of these rat fucks on X trashing Jews after the worst attack in Israel's history. I was like, fuck you guys. They took a hit and they're still standing and they're going to wipe you guys out. The idea that we're supposed to separate that issue when it comes to jihad, well, that's their war. No, it's our war. Jihad is a global thing, whether it's against the Israelis or against us. It's the same war, same enemy. I couldn't stand that. It's terrible. He represents. He's like the embodiment of Israel, the personification. This was Aristotle, one of the greatest quotes I've ever read from anyone ever, and it hits home beautifully. Check this out, guys. All these are available, by the way. The ones that say out of print, they're out of print, but all these are available. He goes, Aristotle said, for while both the truth and one's friends are loved, it is a sacred thing to give the higher honor to the truth. I love it. Absolutely love it. All my best friends know that. They know that that's the case when it comes to our friendship. The truth trumps your buddies, trumps whatever. You stick to the truth, and if your buddies are honest and good, they will take no exception to it. I've seen some people take exception to that. I'm like, huh? Why would you take exception to that? Isn't that a good ideal? Yeah, that's the first one. I made like a baseball card. That's what I was thinking. Like sometimes the players have the baseball cards with a bat over the shoulder. It's just a little different than your average baseball card. Love this quote from Churchill. I absolutely love it. I had this as a canvas also that I sold, but I have only one more. But this is on paper. If you're going through hell, keep going. It's a great reminder, no matter what you're going through. Keep going. This is also after October 7th when savages on the right, which are really on the left, like Nick Fuentes and all these other rats, can't wait to get together and, celebrate their Jew hatred with each other. So I said, all right, Jew haters in love, Hitler and Muhammad, tonguing each other in his bloody heart. So, all right, fuckers, you gonna go there? I'll go here. This was Muhammad and Allah drawing that I did for a illustrated Quran that I did for a Danish publisher. Basically, Muhammad in the cave where Islam was born. It was born in a cave, guys, cavemen, and that's Allah coming out of his imagination. It's his imaginary friend. This was the original size of the flip book, which will now be 4x4, by the way. September 2nd print. This is Atlas Shrugged. I was tapped to adapt it. I did 188 pages. It's a long story. And this is part of that. Pigman smoke print. Hovering over a fire. Pigman's birthday card to me. Happy birthday, Mr. Austin. That's about what he's really thinking of is my death day. This is my Woody Muhammad cartoon that I won Garland. And here's a whole story about it on the back of the card. I have this available as well. Muhammad Musk. It's the 10th, my 10th Muhammad training card. I said, you know what? I might as well put an X number 10, right? So there he is with the X on his turban, the swords, and the number 10. Muhammad Musk. There he is with his fingers also. X. Margaret Thatcher, Iron Lady print. Some of the greatest quotes of any politician. It's great. The Iron Lady. Original art that I sell. This was on Rumble, on a Rumble video. You can see a video of it as well if you want. Reagan, some great quotes by Reagan. He is the last president outside of Trump who had contempt for the government. That's what you need for a statesman. He understands that government is corrupt and ultimately government is force in the end. You can donate to me here as well. My Muhammad playing cards that I showed earlier. I also do recreations of my Woody Muhammad cartoon. It's expensive. It's $500, but it's as close to the original as I can make it. 14 by 17. A little differences here and there naturally, but this is it. You can't draw me. That's why I draw you. This is the one that I won $22,500 for because I got $12,500 for the actual win, and then I sold the original one as well. And exciting times, guys. Very, very exciting. Let me get this. Let me go back here and then just show a little more, and then I'll finish up. Okay, this was LGB, the real LGB, right? Biden Pride LGB print. Let's go, Brandon. LGB. Basically kick the fuck out. And by the way, the LGB group, that's a communist gays, by the way. It's not gays. Do they celebrate non-leftist gays? No, they don't. Do feminists celebrate Ayn Rand? No, they don't. They celebrate communist bitches. And here they celebrate communist gays, period. Commissions as well, I do. Muhammad Pride trading card, which I thought was funny as hell. This is it's available, by the way, guys. You guys can get this. you can take it around and show people. I'm joking. But this was something. This was born from, what's a guy's name? It's a silly name. I forgot his name, but he was a Marvel writer drawing some comics. Safe Space and something. Anyway, it's terrible for the New Warriors. It was like really as woke as possible, cartoon woke. So I looked into him, and he had a book called Santa's Husband. I was like, okay, you're gonna give that to kids, Santa's husband? You're gonna try to fuck with them? You're gonna try to bring the sexual ideas to children? So I took that, and I had a similar cover, Muhammad's Husband, it was called. And then I turned that into a trading card for Pride Month, and they didn't seem to celebrate it. Those who celebrate Pride Month, they didn't seem to celebrate it. I said, hey guys, why aren't you sharing my Pride Month card? So here's Muhammad with his husband. But they can't exactly trust each other. Like, okay, just in case, I have to kill him. But they're crying. They're so in love. It's fun. Table for one. Out of print, yeah, unless there's demand. This is also my take on the rats on the right in the Republican Party who are absolute, they're socialists. They're socialists. That's what they are. This piece of shit, McCarthy, Ken McCarthy, said this explicitly. He actually said this, so I said, I got to make a cartoon about that. We let government grow, but at a slower rate. I mean, he probably called himself, he's like, oh, what did I just say? This is Joe Hamid. I think it's self-explanatory. James Dean, a drawing of James Dean, sold it. I think pretty cool. The eyes are pretty intense. Trans Muhammad card. Men make the best women. Men are spiritual women. That's Allah, aka Muhammad. This was when Disney was fucking around with the kids and making all the gay stuff in their movies and sexual things which don't belong in kids' movies. Icky Mouse, and if you see him, he's all stained and it's pretty disgusting, but Icky Mouse. Trump mugshot with American flag, blue, red, white. Man print in the face of all this. There are endless genders. No, there's man and there's woman. And if you notice, she's looking up to him. He's just looking straight, but she's looking up to him. Salman Rushdie, after he got attacked, he lost an eye. And again, guys, I probably mentioned before, but my think print, everyone feels, imagine if everyone thought. That's actually Killian from the Infidel. Pigman, War Paint, Table for One, Ayn Rand, facing down the left. And it's unfortunate, but a number of objectivists these days vote leftist. Ayn Rand faced down the left. And I had to remind some objectivists, they didn't even think about it. I said, guys, here's that quote from Churchill. Here's my Second Amendment print also, this one. I said, good men established the Second Amendment in order for us to be able to protect ourselves from criminals and from the criminals in power who would abolish it. Yeah, make the most vulnerable of us armed. Ayn Rand faced down the left. Her villains in her novels are what, guys? What are they? We know what they are. They're leftists. They're socialists. It's not by accident. Not by accident at all. And here, certain, objectivists vote for socialists through and through. It's terrible. I'm going to finish this up, guys, and then get going. Helen says, all right, I have to do work things now, but enjoyed the live stream. Catch you on the next one, Bosch. Thanks, Hamilton. Appreciate it. I will be back tonight for about an hour. I guess 10:30, 10:45 Eastern time. I got a different week this week. I got a very different schedule. So Prophet Muhammad says, I'm scared of Islam. I don't have the two spherical things to do what you do. I don't have, okay, the balls. It's funny. But Prophet Muhammad, just draw yourself. It's like I said, go fuck yourself. Go draw yourself. My sketchbook 340 says, funny how they hibbity-jibbity the murder threat by saying they'll stop him. Yeah, seems like saying you'll murder someone. Exactly, my sketchbook 30. It's like, how can you stop me, guys, from drawing Muhammad? It's a petition to stop me, and that website shouldn't have it. Change.org. change.org. Let me look it up right now, guys, while we're here. Change.org. It might pop up. Okay, here we go. And it's still, 49,373 verified signatures who want me dead. But, guys, it's just, it's just, it's free speech. How would they stop me? Joe Schmo. Stop the cartoonist Bosch Walston who draws profit. Stop me how? How? The issue. Bosch Walston is an American cartoonist and the winner of the controversial contest. Controversial to whom? We don't live in a Sharia country. We live in America. Goddamn free speech, suckers. Anyway, it goes on and on, but we demand an end to the demonizing. How? The final and most beloved message by Bosch Foss, we demand removal of his Instagram account. Yeah. Sure. Good luck, guys. I got 2 letters, actually, guys. I got 2 letters of death threats. The most elaborate death threats I've ever gotten, which were basically, we're going to give you a lot of money. And you better take it. And if you don't, limb and what do you call it? You will lose limb and something else. It's pretty funny, but it was like a legal letter, and they offered they said anything. What do you want? And I said nothing. $1 billion, nothing. And I know some would say, "Oh God, of course you would take it." Never, not even $1 billion. Guys, you don't understand. To me, the difference that makes the West is free speech. Period. That's it. Without that, we're fucked. Personally, for me to give it up, I'm fucked. My soul's gone. That's it. My integrity's gone. It's over. I love money, and I want to make as much as I possibly can, but not that way. It's ridiculous. I know some people would do it, but then again, those who would do it wouldn't draw Muhammad, so don't tell me. My sketchbook 340 says people are idiots. Pigman is a defender motivated by hate towards the ideology, and those who practice it. Average Muslims have a chance to change like Pigman's creator. Absolutely right. 100%. He doesn't hunt down Muslims. That's just so stupid. Idiots say that, but they're idiots. What do you expect? He goes after those who kill. He kills those who murder. He hunts down those who want to hunt down others. He stops them. That's it. Wait a minute. My man Dale Keown just backed it, guys. Thank you very much, Dale. Thank you very much, Dale. Much appreciated, man. Thank you. I hope you like it, man, and I love to talk to you about it also. You mentioned that you like the way he looks. That means a lot, especially from you. And I got to say something in terms of the nose. Like, you went from the Hulk with a short nose to basically Pitt with almost no nose, if not no nose. Something about that appeals to me for animals also. And Pigman, while he's just a man, he has a technological suit. It's a suit that he soups up. He can fly, he's strong, he's bulletproof and all that, but it's just a suit. But whenever he puts on the suit, he's a man like here. That's him right there. That's Frank, right? His nose is relatively normal, even though it's a little shorter, a little like a more, I guess, snout, almost a little. But when he puts on a suit, I take a little liberty and I make it a little smaller to pull it up a little. I just like the way it looks, more animalistic. And that's, so it's a shorter nose than a man would necessarily have, a longer upper lip per se. I just like the look of it. And so even here, you see that? That's Killian's nose. That's Pigman's nose. It's a lot shorter than the other guys. I just like the way it looks. And he's called a beast, so I push a little further. There as well. So thanks again, Dale. Much appreciated, man. Very, very cool. Again, it'll be going out by the end of July as of right now. Could be earlier, but I wanted to feel this out. I wanted to add some stuff to it and see how it goes. I'm going to finish this up, guys. You guys have been great, man. You got a lot of eyeballs here. That's awesome. Each time now, I think it's more and more. Thank you very much, Dale. Very much. Appreciate it, man. JB says, I'm looking forward to this. Thank you very much, JB. Ravine, yay, Dale. Indeed. It's just so cool, man. I mean, you get to I don't know. You get to be in a space where a guy like Dale Keown is. It's just it's awesome. It's awesome. I've been in the wilderness for so long. I didn't know what you know camaraderie was. To be honest, a part of me was like, all right, that's just not in the cards. I do my own thing, and that's it. On the outskirts of the industry, and also of even even independent comics. When I was with them, even independent artists, I knew them well. Right? We used to go to all the conventions. We used to drink and have whatever party and stuff, and eat dinner and hang out at the conventions, SPX, Mocha, set the Comic Con, the San Diego Comic Con, and so on, right? And then well, that was for Table for One, and that was, I guess, acceptable, right? My first book, even though there was some stuff in there that would talk about Islam, and there were, I was getting ready to, I was working on Pigman actually at the time, but I wanted to put a little of that in my first graphic novel. I guess they didn't pay attention because when they found out Pigman, I guess I'm walking towards them. I say, hey, I was about to say hi, meet up with them again. They literally, two of them just turned around, turned their back on me and walked away. And I gotta say, I was a little flushed. I was like, whoa, okay. I was a little hurt. I like them. They're pieces of shit now. I don't give a fuck for them. But the point is that at the time, they were cool. And they decided that because I do a comic book called Pigman, who takes on jihad, I am persona non grata. Terrible. Terrible. JB, I'm looking forward to this. Thanks, man. I'm looking forward to it as well. I'm looking forward to continuing. I'm looking forward to exactly where it goes and the details. I know the general idea, but the details, that's going to be the key because it's always the specificity that makes a good story good. The specificity of it. The Sopranos, there's a reason why it's the greatest show ever. The specificity, the writing, the creativity, the way they go about it, the organic humor, the inherent drama of a mob boss and a family, and they're always under threat. And this guy is going to try to take you out, and that guy's going to take you out. Your mom's going to. It's just inherent drama. I love it, and the specificity of the characters, the names, the things that they say and do. Something about that. That's the best part, I think, of art when you get into the nitty gritty. Because again, the big picture is what it is, and that's cool, and that's fine. You got to have that. You have to have it set. You got to have the drama there. You have to have the everything about it. You know, it's great. It's great. John says, Pigman is a beautiful book. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A guy called Pigman beautiful as well, which I thought was like, okay, that's my boy. Can I see it? Maybe. I was like, or is it just that guy? I don't think I ever thought of Pigman as beautiful, but I'll take it. I'll definitely take it. I met him. He's cool. Dale, I'm not sure who you're referring to, Dale. Someone else or Jimmy? My sketchbook. Okay, Joe. Sorry, Joe. You're wrong, and that's okay to be wrong, but you got to make a better case, man. You have to. John says you are going to love it, Dale. I got to read the original series again recently, and it's a great story. Thanks again, John. And John, John's been a great promoter of this, and really, I really appreciate it, John. Your passion for this. I love my story. I love my comic. I can't get enough of it. I just I want to get it right. I was knocked off of it twice, at least in the last decade. Atlas Shrugged. Spent a few years writing, drawn, all for naught. That's a whole story unto itself at a certain point, and a few other things. And then the last few years, I've been doing this one project. So, but I think it's a great time to reintroduce Pigman to a relatively new audience. And you guys have been great. You guys have been very great. Thank you so much, man. But again, I do think that once you guys read issue 2, I think you're going to get it. I think it's going to be a little more. I think there'll be a more backing. Let's just say that at that point, and because I've seen that with Ethan's work, I've seen that with Shane, where that's what you want. Ideally, you want to get bigger, more backers because people can't wait to read it. And you also proved yourself with that first campaign. You got to fulfill. You got to make a kick-ass comic, And if that all comes true, I think people are like, okay, you've established yourself here. And from that point, hopefully it'll go bigger because I want this to be mainstreamed ultimately. I got two studios interested in the adaptation a number of years ago. Fell through, but the fact that they even thought about it, pretty damn cool, guys. Pretty damn cool. Dark Shadow Logan says, ask Cecil, he may be able to help you navigate sharing stuff from FMC. Okay, thanks. Cecil so far has the biggest, I think, FMC. I would love to, get to that point where it's in the hunt back and forth. I would love that. I don't know if I can get to that point now, but we'll see. We shall see. I'm thinking there's be a certain point where there's be a little spike, and then clearly the closing day. I'm going to try to do everything I can to make it big. We will see. Randall McCollum says, getting closer to 12,000. I am. I definitely am. It's so cool. It is so cool. Thanks again, guys, for backing it. I really appreciate it. I think there were 6 all day, early morning, and 3, I think, on the stream alone, which is awesome. That is awesome. So cool. Yeah, guys, it's a point of it's unlike anything else out there, and believe it or not, it's funny. It's not all dark and Allahu Akbar. It's pretty funny. I think, at least. Killian's there. He's on a street. He sees these guys giving away free Qurans. He's like, "Are you kidding me?" And there's a woman walking by. They call her a whore. So Killian's like, "Motherfucker!" So he walks up. He goes, "Hey, ladies," and they get into a little back and forth. He goes, "This is a gift you're giving us out." He goes, "But a gift has to have at least some value, for the Quran." He goes, "Gifts supposed to have some value. So why are you giving this away?" And he goes, "I think you should leave, sir." He goes, "I think you guys should leave." He goes, "What the hell are you doing here at ground zero?" And then he goes, "We can do anything you want." He goes, "You could do anything you want?" He goes, "We can say anything you want." He goes, "Okay." Muhammad was a liar, Killian says, and then they say, "Get him." They're about to jump him. Cheater, rapist, pedophile. And then he says, "Wash the pigskin," because Killian himself wears pigskin leather, jacket here. And with the Pigman symbol on his t-shirt, goes, "Watch the pigskin." The guy's like, "Oh, shit." And he kicks the table down, kicks the guy in the balls. And then he's like, so he's saying here, liar, cheater, rapist. He's talking about Muhammad, pedophile, killer. As soon as he sees a knife, he goes, "Okay, weapon it is." So he takes one of his Qurans, hardcover Qurans, and he uses it as a weapon against him. It's fun stuff like that, man. Your Muslim friends, that's their group. A front group. They're stealth jihadists like CARE, the actual stealth jihadist group. My sketchbook 340 counters something here. He goes, "I don't like Walid. He's a false prophet. Islam isn't mystery Babylon. He's trying to make people not see who Babylon really is. Catholic agent, I say." Okay, interesting. Dead Air says, "And how is someone able to discern difference between just speech and intent, especially when it comes from someone you do not know or have never seen?" Well, Dead Air, let me ask you, Dead Air. When if Muslims threaten you or non-Muslims threaten you, which one would you take more seriously in terms of intent? If you drew Muhammad and you got death threats from Muslims, would you take them seriously or would you not in terms of intent? So don't ask dumb questions because you know the answer. In other words, thank you, Dale. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Randall said, "Yes, the zombie Kong face is great." Thanks, man. Appreciate that. I love King Kong. Absolutely love King Kong. I could watch any of the movies. I don't care. Even the 70s one, I'll watch it. And there's aspects that I like about it. Rick Baker, first of all, is in the suit. He made the suit. I think that's cool unto itself. And then, of course, he made America War for London 4 or 5 years later, which, it still holds up today. And there was a Wolfman movie this summer or this winter, and what the hell, man? I love werewolf movies. I saw the trailer. I said, "What the hell?" I saw the makeup. I said, "I can't do this. I just can't. It's terrible." Dennis says, "The car is not the book, man. The car is not the book, man. New campaign for the other book. Sorry, I lost a little context there. New box of books smell. They smell great. I love it. I truly just crack them open. Just something about it, man. And some they smell differently from other books, from the comics, from the actual books that I made myself, a little differently. So funny. Some of them they smell like shit too. For some reason, it's like I don't know what it is. Some I was like that first smell. I was like, oof. I don't know what it is. I guess it eventually goes, but maybe they print them and pack them up right away, and it retains some of that smell. It was pungent. It was like, damn. Um, Rich says, yeah, the infidel paper quality is good in my opinion. Thanks, Richard. Yeah, I think it's good. I I did have thicker covers initially for the covers, and then I think for the last print run that I did for the last batch, I think I made them more traditional style. And I'm curious about this one. This will be it'll be square bound. I believe it'll be square bound. I believe. I know Ethan Cyberfrog has the regular like the staple like the old style. It's pretty thick though. This is going to be 60, maybe 70 pages. I think I got to do square bound. I don't think it'll be good to do just a staple. So we will see. But I'm thinking the square bound, guys, and also new back covers as well. So that'll be cool. Something for me to do. Something for me to make different than the last series. Um, Dale says impressive. I don't know. Maybe about some stuff in my store. Maybe again, boschwalls.com, guys. If you guys might not even know about the store, check it out. We got a lot of stuff there. A number of things are now out of print, but I'm going to keep going, guys, because I do got to get going. Dark Shadow says, Bosch, you and John Malin could have a great discussion on lettering. I'm sure John has a real love for it. Very, very cool. It's so funny because I know now, from what I gather, that John would hate the lettering that I did for issue 3 of Pigman because I was just learning digital. The first 2 issues of Pigman, I hand lettered. My first graphic novel, I hand lettered, and I liked it, and I liked the way it came out. After hours and hours of lettering, it's just tough. It's tough in my hand, and I want to do something else besides do that. So I basically have done it. And what I did was I didn't do the cutting off corners and put it in the corners of the boxes. I kept them full. Now I didn't get them in a way of the art, at least, but there is an art to it. I write pencil, ink, letter, color. There's an art to it, and you can enhance a story with it, or you can even slightly take away from it with bad lettering. You don't want to fuck around with lettering. You really don't. You want to get it as good as you can, and color as well. Enhance the scene, enhance the emotion of the scene, and so on. It's always storytelling, any which way. I mean, any stage of it is still it's still the storytelling. Even lettering, guys. It's part of the process. It's not like it's a chore. No, it's a great process, and I love doing it. And it always gives me an opportunity. The biggest thing for me for lettering stage is this: the opportunity to make it a little more concise. Whatever I had written in the script, I can always make better and maybe even say better. Because then at that moment in time when you're lettering, all you're doing is lettering. The complete laser focus is on the words that will end up on the page. And that gives you an opportunity to look at it a little more seriously at that moment in time. It's okay, this will be better, or this will be better, and so on. It's awesome. Good storytelling overall. Dennis says that scene of the cliff was breathtaking when I read it. Thank you very much, man. It hit me pretty hard when I thought about reading about those who jumped didn't scream, those on the ground did scream. And I said, I'm gonna make that fucker scream, Osama bin Laden, and by the hands of Pigman. And he didn't want to, break his neck right then and there. He wanted him to think about it on the way down. It's more scary than if he just, kills him, and basically he'll be getting off easy that way. So pretty intense scene for me, drawing it all. And then also I want to put in there that little warning to Pigman of Osama bin Laden. Says, super jihad, he will stop you. He will, how's he put it here? Pigman first hears about super jihad directly from Osama bin Laden. He goes, super jihad, he will make you submit. He goes, this super jihad will join you soon. Fun stuff, man. Intense. Okay, I will say this. People sometimes it's funny. Yeah, it's intense. It's funny. It's serious. What's life? Life has it all. It has a little, family, a little romance, a little. It has it all. You know, culture, commentary, politics, war. Culture war. That's to me the richest stories have everything. Have it all. The Sopranos, deadly serious, funny, organic, funny. Drama, violent, brutal. Um, and just so well done. The subject matter, whatever it is, what it is. Take it or leave it. You like mob movies, great. Even if you don't, you should appreciate it just for the writing. Those writers, I mean, to me, it's the greatest show ever done. Period. Highest quality. That's from that came all these other shows after the fact, and some of them were good, some of them weren't. Some were trying to be Sopranos. It's like, nah, man. But some stepped up a little. They were able to reach a higher level because of the standard that the Sopranos set. Because of that standard, there were shows like Breaking Bad came a few years later. It was able to, you know, it's not The Sopranos, but it's really good and some great stuff in there as well. You know, it's awesome. I mean, I own both those Blu-rays, the entire series. And just speaking of something, if you guys like something light to relatively light, Chuck, the show with Zachary Levi, I love that show. I think it's great. And he's now, out there voting for Trump openly after supporting RFK. He was on Daily Wire with Matt Walsh. He has a new movie coming out this week. He seems like a good guy, and he's very good at what he does. He's a very good actor. He's funny. Chuck was great. Just a thoroughly entertaining, relatively wholesome show. Um, Thanks, Dennis. Appreciate it, man. Um, Dennis says good storytelling overall. That's the key, man. That's the key. It really is. We're not making pinups. We're a storytelling medium. That's really what it is at every moment. And that's why, even the Dark Knight people over the years, yeah, you saw that fucking art. If they isolate Batman in a certain way that Miller drew him, he looks a little jacked up. It's like, yeah, but read the story within a context and you'll love it. And it's great. And that's it. That's it. To pick and choose, like right now, I'm getting rocked by art. You fucking art sucks, bro. Shredded by it. Now a lot of these people are ripetars and war campaigners, but still, maybe even someone CG like, what the fuck's this? Who knows? If the standards are what they are, maybe they think that doesn't match to Ethan or Shane or John or Dale or whatever. Well, this is my style. It's different. I will say that. It's definitely different. It's a little more bare, a little more stripped down. But I think the details there were necessary. I want to flow. I want to tell the story here, and I want to not get in the way of it. I want to just be impactful. Really, that's really what it comes down to. Even this, Pigman, showing him here. You don't see him full until 4 or 5 pages after his debut. This is the first full shot I see of his face in the first comic. When he turns around, even here is a little darker still. I guess here, technically speaking, but here, you just saw that like a silhouette. And he's the beast. That's what they call him. It's fun. All right, guys, I'm gonna read a few more. I'm gonna skip some of the free speech commentary with that guy because it just I can speak about this stuff, but argument wasn't that good, Joe. You got to get better with that, man. Dark Shadow Logan says that cliff scene is intense with the tower scene. Yeah, thanks, man. It was it's a callback. I want to show what happens to the guy who planned that. You know, he forced people to do that. Well, he's gonna be forced to do that as well. Thrown off that cliff, and on the way down, he'll think about why he's in this place. He's scared shit, and he scared the fuck out of him. And that's part of it. You want to scare the fuck out of terrorists. Their job is to scare us. All right. Pigman is going to be their terrorist. They're going to see him as a terrorist. He's not a terrorist, of course, but they're going to see him as that subjectively, which is fine by me. Randall McCollum says, hit like and back the books if you haven't yet. Thanks, Randall. Appreciate it. And also, if you could like this video, like it on X, like it on YouTube. And also, if you guys can back the book, I would really, really appreciate it. And if you could subscribe to my YouTube channel, I can always use more followers, always. I want to get the word out. I want to get on people's feeds more. Who knows, get more people involved, get a bigger audience, get more books out there. Art says you should start considering multiple stretch goals, trading card at X amount, mini print at Y amount, etc. They build momentum for campaigns. Yeah, I put the card, I put the print in there, I put the few things, but yeah, definitely. Anything you guys got, just I'll definitely keep it in mind. Appreciate it, guys. No, Joe. Joe, you had your chance. I think you blew it, Joe. You're still here. You can still go, but I'm not that into what you're saying right now. I'm just not. That is awesome. That is great. Love that. Damn, guys. I'm not sure, but I guess I can go back and maybe check the time on where you guys were saying this. I do appreciate it. I think you guys talked about some of the Pigman stuff. John said that Trump print should be an add-on for your campaign if you have enough left. I can do that. I can do that, John. Maybe. I wonder if I wonder if that would work in the context of the Pigman and stuff. I don't know. Something to consider. That's probably my second best-selling print after my Ayn Rand print. I believe that my Ayn Rand print was a best-selling print, and then the Trump. That's pretty cool. That's some damn good company. Crazy Cat, again, to remind us, Joe Schmo, Riley is clearly doing comedy. Jihadists mean their threats. Great point, Crazy Cat. It has to be spelled out, unfortunately. Unfortunately, but it does. Especially for certain people like this. Dark Shadow Logan, Toth Cafe. I love that. Thanks, man. I remember Dennis Kitchen was. Dennis Kitchen's the man, by the way. If you don't know him, he's a cartoonist himself, been an agent for years, just a great guy in comics. He's a lifer also. I had a chance to have him represent me for The Infidel, and he was taking it from publisher to publisher to publisher, and he tried his best, and he's like the nicest guy in the world. So you would think that a guy like that could get through. He goes, Bosh, to be blunt, a lot of these guys are pussies. That's just a fact. And if a guy like him couldn't get these guys to back it, that's tough. But he believes in free speech in a fundamental way, in a classical liberal way. We disagree on politics, sure, here and there, but it didn't matter ultimately for that. He's a good guy too, man. Very, very. He represented me for a bit, and then after a while, I just wanted to do the self-publish, because it was for about a year. It was being shopped around random house and stuff. Table for One, my first book, and after a while, I said, Dennis, I just want to get it out. I've been sitting on it. I feel antsy now. I really want to get it out. I want to start this. I want to get it out there, and it was great because from that I got Toth's blurb. I was nominated for Russ Manning Most Promising Newcomer Award. I was nominated for Eisner Award for talent deserving of wider recognition. All those things were great. Yeah, so you can go debate, Joe, and if the chat seems a little too bothered, I'll just knock you out for a bit. I think you put people on sleep mode or something like that. Yeah, so he's on a crusade here. He's on a jihad. Let's say Joe. Maybe he's Joe Schmo. Maybe he's Jihad Schmo. I don't know, or Shlomo. Art says J. Sweet Charlie was the equivalent of people putting black squares on their socials. Yes, right. It's slacktivism, gaining social credit without actually missing anything yourself. I hated that, I gotta say. As someone who's dealt with all this shit, when I heard that, I was like, what? No, you're not Troy Hebdo. Yeah, but I have a T-shirt that says it. I put a pen up in the air. Put a pen on paper. Don't put it in the air. Actually, Joe, you're helping me here because I got to get going, and you're just you're having a bad argument. You're not persuading anyone here. You're really not. You're doing a bad job. My man, Travis. Thanks, Travis. Appreciate it. Super chat $2 from Travis. Congrats on getting monetized. Thank you very much, Travis. Much appreciated. It was so cool, and I gotta say, a little surprising because they said we're going to review your channel before we agree. It monetized. I was like, shit. Yeah, they can look at the Muhammad cartoons. They look at some stuff there. We'll see. They did it. That's awesome. Now I'm still at their mercy to some extent. I am, but we'll see. Maybe things are changing. I don't know. We feel it on a political level, on a cultural level. Um, are they going to pull back some of these rats, some of these leftists, the totalitarians? They have a totalitarian spirit, so we'll see. But thanks, Travis. Thanks again. Appreciate it. Um, Simply Green. I'm not sure. It might currently be illegal for every U.S. citizen to be armed or to sleep with minors, and it might be legal to advocate for both. Sorry, there is objective. Okay. All right, guys. Free speech absolutist. In quotes, you mean that's you? Because that's me. I mean, I don't know what you are. You're, you know, definitely good to be here, Dale. Great to have you here, man. It's an honor. Thank you very much, Dale. Appreciate it. I mean, a hell of an artist and a good guy. I've had nothing but good interaction with you. It's very, very cool. Very cool. And thanks for the support. I really appreciate it, Dale. Thank you. Hey guys, also, if you could share this on social media, I would appreciate that as well. I really would. Every little bit helps. Every little bit, and every backer helps. Clearly, that's why every backer counts to me. I mean, and it should count to everyone. I believe it does. Guys in Comicscape, but still, guys and gals in Comicscape. But Ravine says Dale is not only a legend, but the kindest, most genuine person on the planet. I mean, that's just so cool, man. Usually, that doesn't happen. It really doesn't. Guys of that caliber, usually, someone could be flat out assholes, but so cool. I remember like it was yesterday. I think you're talking about the old the Hulk with the fourth part. You did the fourth part of that 4-part story. Walt Thompson drew the covers on, and I knew at that I said, "Holy shit, we got a real talent here." Because Pervs had some moments here and there, but I mean, even when Terry Austin inked him, it was like, okay, it's still Terry Austin inking you, and you're not kicking it out of the sky. It's like, okay. And when you came on, that was just a whole different thing. It's like, okay, this is the Hulk is in great hands, and I love the Hulk. I love the Hulk character. Um, Dark Shadow Logan says Hulk is Jekyll and Hyde mixed with the Frankenstein monster, an awesome character and tragic hero. He's something about him, man. Is like he still holds up, even after years. I mean, you got that series was just cut short into 6 issues, and then they continued with I think Journey into Mystery or Tales of Suspense. I forgot. It was a backup. It was half and half. Hulk and someone else. Ditko was drawing it, and then unfortunately, I started drawing Hulk with like a longer normal nose, and I hate that on the Hulk. Like a normal nose, that doesn't work on the Hulk. You gotta give him a shorter nose. It's just the way it is. Um, Joe, you're saying something particularly stupid here, so I have to note it actually. He says, "Oh yeah, sorry, I am against the canceling happening to you, but also you did say that speech should be made illegal, and I disagreed. I say that speech should be made illegal, dummy. Death threats is not speech, dummy. I don't say that speech should be made illegal. Death threats are illegal, dummy. Ugh, goddamn libertarians." Brian Suddenly Old, keep up the good work, Bosch. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. Crazy Cat says, I think Joe is 15 years old and just learned about free speech. That's what it sounds like, Crazy Cat. That's what it sounds like. He has the fire of the initiated, of the one who's just like a born again Muslim wants to go wild and do something crazy, like that type of thing. It's like, nah, bro. You're talking to someone who has put it on the line for 20 years, almost died, thousands of death threats, walk around with my head on a swivel. I know intimately. I know what is and what isn't, and I know that you're talking out of your ass. Tarks 9, Hill Comicsgate, nice avatar, my man. gonna go down a few more here and there. I see that still Joe is still. Next time you come here, Joe, I think I got to knock you out unless you get part of the party here. This is about comics, Pigman, promoting it. I want to talk about cancel culture, but here you are on your crusade here to try to get us to agree with you, and we don't. You're dead wrong. It's like, how many times? It's like, you're not going to convince us that death threats are just speech. It's not. It's not. Then it says, I don't have a wife beater t-shirt. Hilarious. Pigman has that wife beater t-shirt. I mean, sorry, Pigman. What the hell am I saying? Muhammad, what the hell? Jeez, on the cover of Peaceful Death Threats 2. All right, guys. Trevor, Skull, Trevor. Skull. I don't want to do it like Stuttering John because he goes, Skull. He does it in a nasty way. This guy is such a slob. Skull, Trevor. Gray Cloudy Day says, how much is the volume 1 of Peaceful Death Threats? I think $28. I believe $28. It's 75 pages. It's square bound, thicker cover than usual. 60, 70. If it's 70 something pages, about 60 to 70 pages of Mama cartoons, and then about 400 death threats on there. It's the best death threats, though. It's it's a prime death threat. Sorry, guys. Okay, it's the prime death threats, the best of the best. So yeah, I believe it's $28. Great Cloudy Day. Check it out, guys. It's infuriating and funny. At least for me, it was. And some of them, I gotta say, are a little chilling. Some of them. I'm gonna go on. Are you a teenager? People think you're a teenager. You probably are, Joe. Oof. I might be missing some good stuff, guys. Sorry, but I'm just going down. Jitsi Lemon says, hello, Bashi. Were you able to find out if it's possible to have one shipping cost on FMC when one wants to buy multiple items? Currently, it adds one shipping cost for each item added to the cart. Is there a way to do that, guys? I don't remember you asking me for this, but I think, as far as I know, can't you guys just order a few things and put it, or it's everyone has their own shipping cost? I did do that because sometimes people just buy individual things as well. So maybe if you could message me on X, or let's find out, guys, because I want to make it. Don't want you guys to spend more than you have to. That's for sure. So I have the three different shipping costs. Right now, I have the Canada, which is $10 cheaper than a worldwide, $35 for worldwide. That's a lot, guys, but sorry, and I couldn't even bring the Canada lower than that, but I was able to bring it $10 lower than worldwide, and then domestic, $10 usually for just a comic. It's about $10. Could be a little less, maybe a little more, but I doubt it. I think a little less. Has Musk had more kids than Muhammad yet? Maybe he couldn't muster up a boy, and that says something about his manhood, doesn't it, Muhammad? He only had a adopted son, and he had daughters. He was no man, guys. Sorry, guys, I lost the context here. I think. Okay, cool. So this is when I was going down my. Okay, I see. Icky Mouse, LOL. That's brilliant. Thanks, Mike TV. Appreciate it. Icky Mouse, LOL. That's brilliant. How did that not catch on in regards? Yeah, I tagged them on X. I tagged Disney. I said, "This is how families see you now, Disney. Good job. This is how families see you. Low lives. What the hell?" Yeah, Trevor. This was It was going to be a short one, but man, it's a long one, and I've had a great time. Had some nice eyeballs here, and Dale Keown has been on here, Trevor. My man, Dale Keown. That is awesome. Is free speech enough to leave the petition up? Free speech enough to leave the petition up? Yeah, sure. Yeah. How are they going to stop me, though, Joe? I mean, they're going to persuade me to stop Trump Muhammad? Is that how? Because the thing is, stop him. Whatever else they say after the fact, stop him. Make comic books great again. What's up, Bosch? What's up, make comic books great again? I have both your Muhammad cartoon books, propaganda, and already a backer. What are the odds of you printing table for one? I'm trying to get as much as I can of your work. Thank you very much. And it looks pretty good. So far, there are 3 backers for that. I'd love to get more. I want to get a nice print run actually to get it back in print and keep some, on hand as well. But right now, I think in the end, I think it's going to go again. Things like this, I think every day I go out there, I try to make the case. We'll see. We will see, guys. So thanks, man. Thanks getting to work. I do appreciate the continued support, especially the continued support, guys. Thank you very much. Because that's the thing. You guys can get one thing of mine, then maybe check out. But if you continue, that means you like what I'm doing, and I'm very pleased about that. And that's why I think with this thing, once it's done, this campaign in particular, once it's done, once it's fulfilled, and I believe at that point, I believe the content's good, and you want to continue it, you want to find out what happens next. I believe so. I think it's a good story. It's relatively timely. I mean, it's been going on for a long time, this jihad, but still. Make comic books written, like how many backers for it to go to print? It depends. I mean, some printers ask for a certain amount, limited amount, 25, 25, for like the least print books that you can make for certain printers, or more. So I think 25. I believe that's the case. 25 for certain things. Certain things they want a little more. I know I had to do something for the stickers recently. They had to do. I think 40 was the limit that they would do. But I think 25 for the books. But then again, it's under new ownership. I hope it's the same. I think it is. I don't 100% know, but I'll find out. Trevor, damn, this is one of my favorite subjects, and the show's nearly over. It is, man. I do got to get going. Virtual HMM, God bless you, Bosch. Thank you. I'm an atheist, but thank you. I do appreciate the sentiment. It's always meant well. Always meant well. Okay. Dale says, it looks like his snout is extra protection for his face. Yes, it is. And also there's something there where he talks about to a friend. Let me show you quick. It's pretty funny. Is one exchange he has with his Israeli intel friend. 1 second, guys. Okay. He's talking to his friend, and he says something along the lines of, okay. He says, now, his friend says, now you were inquiring about, it's right here, you were inquiring about body armor? He goes, no, body odor. I want super strong nose plugs so I don't die from jihadist BO. Because these guys fucking stink. And his friend starts laughing. So yeah, he needs to protect his sense of smell. I mean, these guys smell like shit. He has to be all around them all the time. He's like, God damn it, they're going to kill me with their BO. So it's funny. But yeah, it's just, it's just a cool thing. And believe me, I had to do multiple designs to see how it would work with this now. I was like, okay, if I do it this way, if I do it that way, I'm going to show you a 3-dimensional aspect of that. I dropped one of my cars, one of my 1930s cars. Here's how it would look in 3 dimensions. And it works, it definitely works. It wraps around the nose. I'll show you guys. And this is Dale and others who might be interested. This is how it actually looks 3D. And again, guys, this is September 11th. September 11th. He's a capitalist pig, $, right? 9/11, 9, and Flight 93. Those 2 dents make Flight 93, and also the first attack on the Twin Towers, 1993. That's a lot of things in here. But yeah, that's how his snout looks in 3 dimensions. Pigskin leather. It's just so cool, man. These guys did a good job. At first, they stylized a little. I said, no. I said, if you just do exactly what I intended, please. I said, don't make the eyes bigger. Don't make this bigger. Make the ears fold in on each other. Originally, I had them popping out on the sides like the old Batman thing. It didn't work at all. I had a pink mask at first. I was like, what the hell am I doing? Fuck no. Pink? That's ridiculous. And then it was that eureka moment. I said, pigskin leather. Pigskin leather, a rust orange look. So cool. All right, guys. I'm going to read a few more, guys, and get going. And I'll be back tonight for about an hour. Again, about 10:30, 10:45 Eastern time. Let me read a few more, guys. And guys, if you can back it, if you haven't backed it yet, please consider backing it. It's something unique, even in this space. Check it out, guys. Okay, Brian suddenly says to, I don't know how you pronounce it, Jites Lemons. Combined shipping is an FMC site issue they are actively working on. Maybe Bosch can work with Luke on creating a custom promotional code to refund the excess shipping. It's a workaround. I will do the refunding for the shipping guys the guys who already got it from Canada. Now it's cheaper. I will do that with no problem. Just contact me on X or in the messages on Fund My Comic. I will do that. I'm glad you're here as well, Dale. Thank you very much. Art, Roy. Sorry, it's so funny. I think of you. Your first name is Art now because it's Art of Roy. Hey, Roy, how's it going? Hell, how's it going, man? Even though you hate Jeremy Jr., you're all right, man. You're all right. Fleety one. Hey, Fleety. Sorry, busy working, just lurking in the background. Good conversation. No, always good to have you here, Fleety. Appreciate it, man. Damn, you guys really came on here. Some strong stuff, man. And again, guys, I know I've been told don't read them all. I'm not reading them all, but I want to be engaged here. I really appreciate you guys being here. First of all, Art of Roy says it's crazy the amount of deep-seated hatred festers in the bowels of some people, especially those who used to smile, say hi, shake your hand, etc. Yeah, I block all the females unless they are into comics or art. That's hilarious. So funny. Virtual HMMM, you have fully earned success, Bosch. Thank you very much, man. Thanks, Virtual HMM. Thank you very much. John says it's a great book and people should give it a chance. I would love it. I want this definitely to grow. I want this, but guys, I mean, even that Gazer Man, whatever, on Trashcast, when Ethan brought him on, he was telling me how fake I was to be happy that I was about to hit 10,000. I was like, my man, it's the first day. I'm pretty damn pleased, man. All things considered, the nature of the story, it's it's a tough sell and whatnot. And hey, I just you always want more. You always do. You always want more backers and more chance to get this out into a more mainstream. And that's what this needs. I mean, from me personally, I want the truth about Islam to be out there in a way where jihad and Islam, and it's comfortable and it's okay to talk about these things openly. Grogu says Pigman is only going to get bigger. Bosch, face red heart shape. My man, thank you, Grogu. I think so. I mean, it's like, again, as soon as I was on Ethan's show, you guys cleaned out my stack that I had here of Pigman comics. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love that. They were sitting here for a while, and then boom, just snatched up. Trevor says tonight's show we should discuss Rand all in. Let's initiate it if you want, Trevor. And I'll show one of my drawings of her. We could talk about the one that I showed before with her profile. It's the one where she's facing down the left. Unlike some objectivists today who are voting for communists. It's like, what the fuck, man? It's pathetic. Richard says, I bought the 3-pack of the Infidel a couple months ago on the website on one of the streams, and I thought the story was compelling and I thought provoking and thought-provoking, sorry. I thought the story was compelling, thought-provoking, and thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you very much, Richard. Much appreciated, man. That's what I want to hear. It's like you guys were engaged in the story, and that's what I get. I haven't gotten shit. I haven't people say, what the fuck? That shit sucked. I haven't gotten that. That's a good sign. And it seems like everyone's satisfied with it. Some more so than others, which is awesome. So yeah, Trevor, maybe just initiate it. I'll discuss Rand and how I went from check it out, guys. I went from the most misogynistic, Jew-hating religion on earth to a philosophy developed by a woman of Jewish descent. That's a funny revolution, is it not? I follow Ayn Rand's philosophy, objectivism, and she's whatever else is happening with the objectivist movement, whatever happens with objectivist individuals, intellectuals, it all began with Rand. It all will end with Rand. It all with her philosophy, her books, her novels, her nonfiction, her ideas, her battle for truth and justice and liberty. I mean, liberty, capitalism. The recognition, of things as they are, not see things better or worse, as they are, and you get the truth from there, and so on. It's just, to me, that's the bottom line of it all. It really is seeing things as they are, not better, not worse, as they are, and that's where you find the truth. And be even keeled. Don't get too high. Don't get too. It's an art to it. It's an art to it. That's what it is. It's a seeing life in a very honest way. Just an honest way to be aligned with reality at all times. It's so important. Sometimes we get a little off kilter at times, but Rand's philosophy, that's the whole key about staying in alignment with reality, no matter what's going on. It's very, very important. And as my post says, everyone feels. Imagine if everyone thought. Everyone feels. Big shit. I felt this. I feel. What I feel, I don't give a fuck what you feel. We all feel. What do you think? What do you constantly think about this? Art of Roy says, Charlie Hebdo and your art contest results speak to that, Bosch. About what this guy's saying? Okay. Art of Roy says, I want actual followers and like-minded folk, not attention-seeking whores or scam bots or scam fundraiser bots or thought bots. Absolutely. No, you want a higher quality people who follow yourself. Absolutely. When it comes to followers or even customers, you can't pick it ultimately, but if there's a preference of mine, sure. You want, you want good people, thoughtful people. And usually that is the case in general. It really is. Generic July, John says, generic July books definitely stink. They do. They're just bad comics. They're not good. And it's like, you scream and cry about that, but it doesn't matter. They're just not good. It doesn't give a shit for quality. Considering Goldie, apparently different spray paints are better or worse for huffing. Sorry, I'm a little lost here. Or maybe you are. Art of War says, Bosch, you got to make the rounds. Ask Aaron LaPresse to be on today's Gray Beards. Just draw on a beard. That's funny. When they say gray beards, I mean draw Muhammad with a gray beard. Is that what the show is? I'm joking. I think some of these guys are a little on edge sometimes when I'm around, because I said, we're drawing Muhammad tonight, guys. For the drawing thing. I had a little fun with it. I got this week is my schedule is very different this week, so I probably won't even be able to go on, but I do hear about the show. It sounds like fun, man. Art of War says decent Shazam 2. You talking about what's his name? Zachary Levi? He was. Okay, Dennis says Gray Bears has been postponed. Aaron is still ill. Damn, it sucks. I think Aaron and also RT Bear are both under the weather. It sucks. Grogu, simplicity is good too, Bosch. Yeah, for sure. No doubt about it. Richard says, everyone has different tastes regarding art styles. I like your style. I think it suits your story and your political cartoons. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Especially from the wave of people who says, you suck. It's like, I know I don't suck, but maybe you just don't like the art, you know? And also, I will say this. So it's a lot of these trolls, repertards, and also war campaigners who will say anything. Anything. They don't care what they say. They just want to hurt. It's like, that doesn't hurt me. You say my art shit, so what? You know, I got, I'm going to rape, I'm going to cut your head off and rape you. I've heard that too. Ultimately, so what? Ultimately, it's like, okay, it's not going to change me. I'm actually going to be inspired to draw Muhammad even more after something like that, not less. Dummies. Grogu, I love ES. I think you meant about EBS level of details, but it's that whole less is more thing. Yeah. But the one thing about EBS, very different than me, clearly, right? I mean, it's different worlds, different end game, but he's sound. He can draw. Everything looks sound, and I like that because you got a guy like Jim Lee who will put 100 lines on someone's face. That's his form of detail. That's not real detail, man. I'm talking about you want to put detail, you put some stuff behind, you put this now, you put Cyberfrog suit, in other words, the metallic on his suit. That's inimitably EVS. That's his style. And it's almost impossible for someone to replicate it. We can try. I can even try. It's just not my style at all, but meaning that's his style. He's the one who takes the effort to go completely the distance to make that incredibly, incredible detail. That cover he did for Warts and All. I mean, it's awesome. It's awesome. It's incredible the amount of detail he was able to pack in there and still look attractive and good, because sometimes too detail, you lose everything. This is still is rock solid, and it's differentiated from the rest. So it's interesting. It's not my style at all, that kind of fine detail. But hey, I love detail artists in the past as well. I mean, John Byrne, relatively speaking, he was pretty detailed, especially back in the day. Porkhunt says Miller's poses for his current covers seem very Kirby, like from the early 70s. I guess, but it's just not good. It's really badly drawn, man. It just is. They're not good drawings. It's him fucking around. It's him throwing shit out there saying, "I'm Frank Miller. You're not. Like I can do this shit and get paid for it." If he was a newcomer with that art, they would kick him out the door. It's like, nah, come back in 10 years, maybe. Or not even that. Richard says, I love Shane's art, but I don't like the way he draws the end of the S in a Superman symbol. It's all subjective. Yeah. I didn't care for, it's funny, I talked about it one day. I didn't care for his Superman version, like the emo style thing. He was, the art was fine, but the emo style, I didn't like that. And I'm looking through, I haven't yet sat down. I got a stack of King's comics here. I haven't gotten it through, but it looks really good. Inglorious Rest looks great. As far as I know, it's the best Shane's work has ever looked, ever. I got the Orion stuff. I got the Superman years ago. I had to put two and two together. I said, oh, that's that guy. When I saw Shane on Comics Game and stuff, I said, oh, that's the guy who did Superman. That's the guy who did that. So pretty damn cool. But yeah, his current stuff, and it should be that way. Your current stuff should be your best. I don't care who, where, what, it should be. Walt Simonson right now is doing Ragnarok and is kicking ass. It's fucking great. There's no drop off. There's no, oh, I like his older stuff. I love this. And now he's releasing the fourth part of Ragnarok this year. There's no need to collapse artistically. No need. Just because most artists do it, a lot of them do it, doesn't mean you have to. Walt Simonson has had no drop. He's still next level. He's still great. He's still powerful as hell. It's awesome. One thing you said, Joe finally said something that I agree with. He says, I'm sorry. I won't read the rest of it. He just said, I'm sorry, and you should be, Joe. Hail, Henry. Henry Thrun. Supporting, Richard says, supporting real threats. Joe is not supporting free speech. Yeah. Crazy. One day we will no longer have Frank Miller. His legacy is assured. Modern covers and the Spirit movie will be footnotes to an extraordinary career. 100%. 100% crazy cat. He can't even fuck himself up. That's how great he's been. He can't even diminish his history. He's an all-time great. All-time great. Um, and it's his storytelling that is the thing. I think that's his legacy. His storytelling. I'm talking about, of course, the writing, but the layouts, the way he designed the story visually. Arguably the greatest storyteller we've ever had. Arguably, to me, the greatest comic book artist, Alex Toth. That's it. I mean, the greatest overall in every level. Uh, the ingenuity, the finish. To me, that's key. A lot of artists don't finish their own work. Jack Kirby, I don't remember if he ever even inked an issue of his own work. John Ray Jr. has never inked an issue of his own comics. I don't think Jack Kirby did some of those pinups in here and there, but damn guys, I can't go through this whole thing, but a part of me wants to. But let's see. Crazy Cat said, "Remember the Spirit movie? By the way, it was curious. I don't know that Frank Miller is the best guy to bring Will Eisner to the screen. That was Frank Miller's spirit. That's what it was. And I spoke to him at the premiere in Hollywood. Man, we're talking 15 years ago, maybe. I think that's when it came out. Breitbart was there. Andrew Breitbart was there. I also got to meet up with him again as well. Batten Lash, unfortunately, has passed away since. My favorite guy in comics, hands down. And yeah, it was Frank Miller's spirit, and it had its moments. Visually pretty damn cool. The actor was really good. He played in Suits. I forgot his name, but he was really good. He was really, I mean, he was really well cast. He had a great look, good voice, good face, and Frank Miller just went, I don't know, went a little too Frank Miller. But the guy's an all-time great. He can't diminish that, no matter what he's doing. Henry threw in, can you display the comments when you read them? I guess I can, but I want to reserve that for super chats. To be honest, I just do, Henry, and I am relaying them to the audience. So maybe at a certain point I might be able to get to having more. But I think for now I just want to put the super chats on there because they deserve to be seen on here because they're paying. I just want to differentiate that kind of engagement. Richard says, supporting someone making threats is not supporting free speech, Joe. Damn, you guys are still schooling Joe. He clearly needs school. Henry, 3-hour stream, nice. They've been growing. You guys have been here, and I'm like, you know what? I got to honor the engagement. I have to. I love it. Thank you, guys. Sleeping psychopathy. Do you think that Islam is losing power in today's age? That's a tough thing to say. A part of me says, hell yeah, fuck them, all that. And yeah, because there are more apostates now. The modern age is going to, hurt it. And I don't know. I hope so. I really do. But then again, religion has been around for a long, long, long time, way past the era, meaning we went from religion to philosophy, and it should have stopped at that point. Philosophy should have been the final thing. It's about life. It's about here and now, and this is where we are, and whatever fantasies you have about the afterlife and whatnot, that's up to you. We can get a whole conversation about that, but I think we'll be discussing it a little later. Also, I think we're going to mention Rand. Trevor wants to talk about Rand a little. We'll go back and forth on that, and I'll talk to you guys about my revolution from Islam to objectivism to Ayn Rand, and it's interesting, man. It's so I don't know. Is losing power in today's age? I can't say for sure. A part of me says, yeah, because it's evil and all that. Well, even people who aren't Muslim are gonna not call it evil. Even people who oppose Islam won't even call it that. They won't. Art of Roy says some people argue like women in that they hold onto a single point until you can see Joe's argument like a female or a drunk. That's funny. Some women are like that. It's not just a sex thing, but it's true. My pleasure, Bosch. Dale, 44 Numbskull, Dale Keown, my man. Thanks, man. Whew, beautiful salamandroid pencil. They are, man. I saw that one image of a salamandroid. It was just a face. Incredible, man. Incredible work. Whew, incredible. I can't wait to get that one as well, to back that. And he's just like, whenever it comes out, man. And I don't blame him. It's like, yeah, it's at that point. So again, I don't know sleeping psychopathy. I don't know. I'd like to believe it is. I'd like to believe it is. It should. It deserves to. It deserves to be wiped out. You look at that part of the world, it's a world where the bad guy won. It's a hellhole. It really is. People don't have a shot at living normal lives, at knowing themselves, at individuating, becoming themselves. They don't have a shot at that. There's always someone coming over them to try to get them in check and everything, whether it's a brothers, father, mother, society, the area, the cops, whatever. Um, Countdown, right? Countdown with a Samsung cover. Yeah, that's what it was. I think the series was named Countdown. Is that right? Doc Brucey says, getting to watch and interact with Dale and CG made the 12-year-old me shit his pants. It's true. Because you're like, holy shit. Uh, we're honored to have someone like Dale Keown here in this space. I mean, it's fucking awesome. And it tells you something about him. He doesn't give a shit about what people think about Comicsgate. That says something. It does. A lot of people are far too concerned with what their alleged perception is of others and their reputation. Far too overly concerned about that. I didn't get Dennis's comment, but Sleeping Psychopathy says to Dennis Rodriguez, I felt that a few years ago, but I feel like with their daily lives being brought into the light in the UK, it's more okay than ever before to criticize Islam in America. Is that the case? Do you think that's the case, Sleeping Psychopathy? Do you think that's the case? That is easier? Maybe. If it is, good. It should be. I can't say for sure. Look at this dummy, this Joe Schmo guy. Quote, if you don't agree with my positions, I'll ban you from my chat. He's still here, the dummy. He doesn't realize that he's not banned. He's still here. Also, definitely a free speech act, Lewis. What an asshole. I think you want to get banned now. I think that's what you want. And if you want it, I'll give it to you. No problem. Keep going. You're really stupid. Oof. Ravine Reckoning says, yeah, here in Canada, there is no such thing as free speech. My God. With that piece of shit, Trudeau. And now you got this witch trying to vie for power. She's a scary one, man. I hope you guys get someone just halfway decent at least. Doc Brewski, free speech doesn't mean you can walk into somebody's house and say whatever you want. The same works for channel chat. Exactly. You got these assholes who, when you ban them, oh, you're against free speech. No, dummy. You're so annoying that you got to get the hell out before you bore us to death. That's really what it is. I don't want to be bored to death. I want to die at least in action or something like that. I can read a few more guys. You guys have been really awesome on here. There's a lot of action here. That's awesome. And again, guys, I just want to remind you, I have my comic book campaign, Pigman #1. In short, it's the Islamic background of twins comes to the forefront of their lives on 9/11, which is echoed by the comic book within Pigman vs. Super Jihad. That's my short take. I have the campaign video, guys. You can visit it at Fund My Comic. I tried to play it the old day. The sound was not good. I still haven't figured out how to do that. I got 175 backers as of today. I got 3 during this chat, which is awesome. I got, I think, 3 more early in the morning. $11,659. I can crack maybe 12,000 pretty damn soon. I got 4 different covers. I got this entire breakdown of what you'll be getting in that. I guess I would call it a remastered, version. That's what it is, really. I'm gonna look at every single page, see where I can improve it, and punch it up a little. Here's cover 1, Pigman going off in a traditional type action comic book action scene where he's breaking the neck of that jihadist, punching that guy to death. You got the guys with the guns are even like shaking around like, oh shit. And he's just wailing on them. One guy's running his ass off there, the guy in yellow. Here's a Pigman in war paint, jihadist blood. That's cover 2. Here's the 4 characters. I'm still working out the color here. I'm not pleased with it completely. I got to figure it out, but I like the setup at least, having the 4 main characters in there. The real world here on the bottom and the fictional world within a comic. This guy right here, Killian Duke, creates the Pigman comic book, and that's his twin brother. And it's a war between brothers and culture and battlefield and all that. Here's another cover, Pigman vowing to end jihad at the towers, the tombstones. Pigman hard index card drawing. I got these hard index cards here. This is a mama drawing. They're solid, guys. I was using it for something else, but I think I'm using it for this now. And the ink tends to stay on the actual paper. It doesn't get absorbed by the traditional index cards. So it's going to be a real nice black on there. You get all 4 covers. You can get a digital copy. You can get Pigman symbol shirt, and again, September 11th. And a few more meetings, but that's the gist of it. You can get also Pigman war paint print. You can get I want it all pack. And I think I have to add something. I did add the card. I think we're good. Until I add something else. Table for One, my first graphic novel. I pitch it as Dirty Harry as a waiter. I used to pitch that at conventions, Dirty Harry as a waiter. It's a pretty good gist, a pretty good way of putting it. Alex Toth loved it. He sent me, beautiful, beautiful postcard. I read it on one of my streams the other day. I showed it close up. Original art pages from Pigman. It's one of the ones here, actually. It's this one here. It's not here, is it? Huh. I was showing you from the actual page from the book. That's what it was. Okay. And then also commissions. I have one backer so far for $1,000 commission, Pigman commission, original drawing of Pigman, penciled and inked by me with an idea by you. You got some ideas, throw it my way and we'll see. Okay, so Doc Brewski says, I'm pretty sure Cecil had this exact same issue with shipping on FMC. Maybe ask him about it. Okay. Thanks, man. Doc Brewski says it. Dale fucking Keown. Hilarious. Art of Roy says, why is there an option to hide the signers' names on that petition? Cowards, yeah. Of course. I mean, they're trying to rally together in a mob and try to stop me from drawing Muhammad, to stop me. How do Muslims stop people? It's stupid to think, to take them, well, it's a nuanced position. No, it isn't. They want me dead. And if they don't kill me, other Muslims will. And what will they do? Will they be sad about it? Will they be like, that's terrible? No, they'll celebrate it. They'll whoop it up. That's what they'll do. Guys, it's the first time in any of my, it's almost 600 eyeballs here. Guys, it's the first time in any of my streams that I have not been able to read everything. I appreciate the hell out of your engagement. I really do. It might get to the point at a certain point where I think super chats will be mainly the thing. And I'll look at the chats here and there, especially early on. But I think that's why people mainly read super chats at this point. It just gets to be an avalanche. And I appreciate the hell out of it, guys. I really do. Virtual HMM says packed with meaning. I think you mean the Pigman symbol. You know what? I wanted HMM, virtual HMM. I wanted something as simple as hell, right? Just simple. I'll show you a bigger version, guys. Give me 1 second. Let me show you a bigger version of that. It's on the final page, I think, of the Pigman. It is here. Pigman 3, Pigman 2. It is here. This is the symbol. So this is the Pigman symbol. And what I wanted, virtual HMM, was a simple, strong image that was packed with meaning. So again, September 11, 9/11, and then capitalist pig, $ type thing, And I explain it all here on the issue 1, which I might put in the new one or maybe not. I'm gonna see. It's gonna be fun, designing this new version. It really will. I love it, guys. I absolutely love it. This whole process. Damn, these things keep crashing for some reason. All right, guys, I'm going to read a little more, and then I will get going. I'm not trying to just say, hey, you said you're ready to leave. It's like, hey, I'm good. Believe me, any kind of engagement, awesome, especially on during these campaigns. That's what I want. That's what people want. Um, all right, guys, I am going to read a few more here and there, things that jump out quick because I do got to go. I appreciate it, guys. Much appreciated, man. Hail EBS, indeed, virtual HMM. He's been nothing but just great. I appreciate the hell out of it. He doesn't care. He's at the point where he doesn't give a shit. That's why he can have someone like me on here who brings some heat, and he's like, yeah, whatever. That's it. It's awesome. Absolutely awesome. He's been nothing but a generous, and I appreciate the hell out of it. And I love his work. I love Cyberfrog. Cyberfrog to me is his best work, hands down. I've read the old stuff, and I liked him. The Flash and the Green Lantern, all that stuff. I do, but nothing has been fully EBS until his current and recent issues. Very much looking forward to Dark Harvest and of course part 3. Grogu says, Doc Boosie says something here. Sorry, guys. These people don't understand how hard this is when you don't have 500,000 subs. It's funny, yeah. That's right. But it's just, the engagement factor here, guys. I appreciate the hell out of it. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. To the point where I literally couldn't read. I've been reading all you guys' comments. I can't right now, which is awesome. Well, it's not awesome that I can't read you guys. I want to, but I just can't. There's only so much time, and I do got to get going. I'm actually staying here longer than I intended to because of you guys, so I do appreciate it. John says I was one of those people. LOL. I grabbed the 3-pack after Ethan's stream, though. One of what, John? If you could just follow up quick, I appreciate it. Yeah, we're getting to the bottom. Mikey Getz says, sorry about the cancel pigs, Bosh. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. To help with them, it's a Pigman versus cancel pigs. I think it's funny. Yes, Dennis, a Russian Jew of all Jews, Ayn Rand. Yep, exactly. That's pretty funny. It's true. I went from the most misogynistic, most Jew-hating, violent religion ever to a philosophy that was founded by a woman of Jewish descent. It's hilarious. What a thing. And I got to say something. I will say this, and I will admit it. And you call me sexist all you want. I read The Fountainhead. I thought it was Ian Rand, like Ian Fleming type thing. I just thought it was different spelling. I was shocked when I found out it was a woman. And the simple reason is this. First of all, I was raised by misogynists and all that. Yeah, every woman in my family was beaten. Every single one. It was so powerful. She can write heroes like nobody. Men, women, the most heroic men, the most heroic women. She understands man in a way that most, if not, I don't know, women do. Writers in particular, especially women, the female writers. It's an amazing. She was able to create these ideal men, some of the greatest characters in literature ever, greatest villain and villains. It's incredible stuff, man. Crazy Cat says, you a fan of the character The Question by Stevie Gobash? Absolutely. That's one character. If anything, I could would fit me like a glove if I could ever do DC. They won't, but I would love to get a shot at him. Visually, it's cool as hell. And I would, one thing I would do, though, different than Ditko's, I would try to integrate the philosophy more into him and his dialogue and his actions instead of be explicit about it, knocking out guys in alleyways, as I said with Mystery and stuff. Rorschach was a little more integrated, believe it or not, even though he was meant to be a way to bring down Ditko and Rand and The Question and Mr. A. But the dummy, Alan Moore, didn't realize that he made him the most compelling character. Why? Because he had enough integrity to write him as a Ditko-esque character. He had enough integrity, so good because he's a good writer, but he's such an asshole because he was like resentful of it. Like, ugh, they like this guy. It's like, yeah, dummy. He's the most compelling character in the entire graphic novel. And for you not to know that, you're really stupid. I don't care what anyone says. And I had to check out my breakdown of that. It's on my YouTube. I got a number of reviews of comics also. Check it out. I got 19 videos on Alex Toth. I have a number of videos on the Ramirez, father and son. I have Daredevil Born Again, Mazzucchelli, a few videos on there as well. Check it out, guys. Let's see. Trevor says, when do you think you'll be on tonight? I don't want to miss it. 10:30 to 10:45 Eastern. About an hour. That's all I got. My schedule is completely different this week. That's why I was able to come on early today. Very different. So at least, this week, I think get back to normal next week, but 10:30, 10:35 Eastern time, about an hour. I can't do more than that. I want to. And today I did more now than I was intending to, but I got no complaints. It's a 4-hour stream, guys. Wow. Okay, John said, I think people get truth and perspective confused intentionally. My truth is my truth is a lie, first of all, and it is pure subjectivism. It's not objective. It's in my head, I believe this to be true. No, if it's not true in reality, it's either truth is truth. It's not my truth, your truth, their truth. There's only one truth. That's it. And I'm doing this adaptation, and in the book it says it's referring to people in his one speech, the artist and his truth. I took that out, and I know it'll be sacrilege, but I took it out because it's not right. I can't sanction it in my interpretation of that. I can't, even though I'm changing the writer's words. It doesn't work. Yeah, virtual HMM, the little T cover EVS did for Shane was great. It's great. It's like, damn. I know. I think when Shane got it, he was like, "What the hell?" I mean, loved it, but it was like, "Wow, it's pretty racy here," But it's awesome. Sleeping Psychopathy. Shane's Metal Man art is beautiful. The story is fucking weird, though. I will check that out. I must have missed that. Shane sets the bar for sure. That's awesome, Dale. It looks great, man. I got issue 1 and 2 of, and I backed issue 3 of Inglorious Rex. So very much looking forward to it. I love the fact that each of us, the guys on the streams, the Kings, all that, completely different books here, man. I mean, completely. I love that. Excuse me. Okay. What the hell? That was a weird text. I will check it out after. Richard says something that we all believe. He goes, Dale, we can't wait to see your Salamander. Can't wait, man. Well, from what little we've seen, it's awesome. All right, guys. This Joe is, you really blew it, Joe. You really did, man. You had one shot here. Come on, Joe. What the hell? You suck. You came here to try to one-up us on the issue of free speech and blew it. What the hell? Thank you, Dale. Guys, pleasure. We had Dale Keown here. That is awesome. Crazy Cat says, you know what you should do, Bosch? Review the Ridley Scott film, Kingdom of Heaven. It's blatant anti-West. That's why I didn't watch it, Crazy Cat. I knew that was the case. I said, fuck it. I'm tired. I'm just tired of this shit. More or less anti-Christian, but pro-Islam. We expect anti-Christian these days, but pro-Islam to boot? The hell out of here. A breakdown and review from you on the film. I don't know. Maybe. I might not. I just know I like some Ridley Scott. I don't like some Ridley Scott. He's I don't know. He's not as great as we all would like to believe. Certain movies, he's just not. It's unfortunate because he can make some good stuff. Gladiator, come on, that's all time great. And then some other stuff sucks. So John says, "LOL, we were going to keep Bosch here until he starts his next stream. I got to get going. I have 5 hours at least or 6 hours to do something." Whoa, 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 whoa. DJ Gravy Mix, $79.99, $80 super chat. Holy shit. Wow. Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much. Wow. We're doing super chats now? Awesome. I backed the war paint cover. Thank you so much, man. I remember hearing about Pigman back when I was frequenting atheist, skeptic circles back before it was completely overrun by leftist labeling criticism of Islam and Islamophobia. Thank you very much, DJ Gravy Mix. I really appreciate it. Wow. That is so cool. Wow. I just got monetized the other day. How cool is that, guys? I love it. Thank you very much, man. Man, I'm going to keep going down and make sure I can get the last few and then go from there. Thank you again, man. I really appreciate the support, the super chat, backing the Warpaint comic. Thank you very much. And also, yeah, Pigman's been around for 20 years, guys. He made his debut in an ad sheet, public debut at least, in an ad sheet in 2005 San Diego Comic-Con with a sheet that said, "When will comics take on jihad?" And you turn around, "When Pigman flies," like when pigs fly. DJ Grave Mix, thank you very much, man. Much appreciated. Very, very cool. Thank you. Guys, you take care, man. Be well. I do, Ravine. I just saw it. I just saw it. Wow. That is awesome. Commissioner, it's the pig symbol. Hilarious. To the Porkmobile. In my appearance on The Daily Show, which you guys can see, just go on X and put Daily Show Bosch False, and you might come across it. When I was on The Daily Show, we had this moment at the end where we shot it. It was like the old Batman TV show. You know when Batman puts the blindfold on people and he brings them to the Batcave? I put a blindfold on the guy who was interviewing me, the liberal Muslim, and he drives us to my pig cave. He was driving blindfolded. He actually was for like a block. It was hilarious. And they took it out because I swear to you, because they thought this guy's too much of a good sport. We got to vilify him. That's our purpose here, guys. So, but it was very, very cool. Hocus Pocus, I thought you had to go. I thought so too. I do got to go, but I actually have to go in a few, about 5 minutes. Guys, thank you very much. Thanks for super chats. Thanks for all the give and take. Dale Keown, thank you for being here. I'm honored by that. Thank you very much, man. Awesome, awesome stuff. DJ Grave Mix, thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Crazy Cat, testament to how good a writer Alan Moore was. He wrote a character beautifully that he hated. Absolutely right. Rorschach's he's a great character. Whatever the purpose was, to hell with Moore, whatever, he was a great character and he came through and he was the only one willing to take it to the end, to the end of the line. I mean, that immortal line, never compromise, not even in the face of Armageddon. Not even in the face of Armageddon. Then it says, your pitch for the Fountainhead got me, Bosch. Awesome. Guys, man, great. I'm going to check one more time, guys. Mike TV Dub says Bosch has longer goodbyes than Billy Tucci and Dan Fraga put together hilarious. Billy Tucci. I love Billy's name. Tucci. I love it. It's such a good, like a Goomba name. I love it. I love the Italian language. The first love I ever had, she was Italian. Her parents were from Sicily. She was absolutely gorgeous. So gorgeous. Guys, you take care, man. Be well. Last look here. I'm going to refresh it. You guys are interested? Check it out, man. Check out Pigman. It's no comic like it, flat out there. It takes on a real world enemy in as interesting a way as I can muster, as entertaining a way as I can muster. And it has some humor as well, believe it or not, guys. It's a little brutal, yeah. It has some humor. It's fun. I love seeing this enemy get it. I just love it. By a guy wrapped up in pigskin leather and determined to end jihad. That's his purpose. Whether it's too much for him, whether it happens, that's his purpose. Guys, take care. Be well. Hail Comicsgate. Hail Dale. Take care, guys. Be well, man. Thank you very much. I will see you guys, some of you tonight. I'm going to do again 10:30, 10:45. I'll be back in about an hour at that point, and that's all I got. This week will be very different again. Guys, take care, man. Be well. Thank you very much, man. Thank you.